Good evening and welcome to our 6 o'clock, May 4th. May the 4th be with you, everyone. City Council meeting tonight. Happy to have you here. Ms. Vicki, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Okay, what's our next agenda item, please?
Item number 2 is invocation given by Stephen Downs, Assistant City Manager, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be together tonight as a community to be able to participate in the process that we've been afforded living in this wonderful country, to share our opinions and thoughts and feelings and help be a part of making this community great. We're grateful for this place that we get to call home, that we live in a safe community protected by people that sacrifice their lives to keep us safe here. We're grateful for all of the employees that work tirelessly on our utility work and through our parks and throughout our community to make sure that the services that are provided to the residents here are of high quality. Grateful for the elected officials that choose and have offered to serve their time dedicated to this community to help make decisions, to move this community forward, to continue to keep it as a great place to live and work. And as we come tonight to talk about important things, we pray that your spirit will be with us, that we'll have a spirit of collaboration and cooperation, and we'll seek the best interest of this community as we look to the future. Again, we're grateful for this opportunity to gather tonight, grateful for this building that we get to do it in. We pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On our Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
Okay, Ms. Vicki, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item 3A, which is presentation of life savings awards, and they'll be presented by John Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. We are going to give out some CPR life-saving awards. If I could have all the individuals that are going to be receiving an award come up, stand right here behind me, please. All right. So tonight I would like to recognize a group of individuals for their combined actions in a life-saving CPR. In public safety, saving a life is often seen as part of the job, but it only happens because of dedication to the people we serve. What we recognize tonight goes beyond routine duty. On January 14th, 2026, the Fate Fire Department was dispatched to a CPR in progress. LifeNet dispatchers ensured a rapid response and remained on the phone offering calm and supportive guidance. Fate Fire, Fate Police, and Rockwall County EMS, they all arrived nearly simultaneously and began working together with professionalism and purpose. Because of their swift actions, a life was saved. That outcome is never routine. It is a result of teamwork, training, and commitment. Tonight, we recognize these firefighters, police officer, EMS, and our dispatchers for making that life-saving difference. On behalf of the City of Fate, Michael Carr and his wife, Rebecca McLaughlin, thank you for your service, guys and gals. It is my honor to present these life-saving awards. We have Engineer Tracy Price, Firefighter Tristan Judd, Firefighter Kevin James, Police Officer Lieutenant Tyler Smith, EMS Supervisor Dylan Lewis, Paramedic Jeff Scott, Paramedic Robert Burke, thank you. Dispatcher Bailey Glover. And call taker Nicolette Cunningham. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay. And before we take any pictures or anything like that, Miss McLaughlin would like to say a few words as well on their behalf.
Welcome, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm not as brief as he is, but I will do my best. 12 minutes. That's how long I was fighting to keep my husband alive. I know that because it was 12 minutes from the moment my doorbell camera recorded him walking in from taking the dogs out to the moment EMTs and paramedics were wheeling him out of our home. And what's even harder to wrap your head around is this. From the moment he walked in that door to the moment he was on the kitchen floor was about 30 seconds. 30 seconds from normal life to everything stopping. Just over 3 months ago, we were living our normal life, walking dogs, drinking coffee, doing all the ordinary things you do, until suddenly, everything changes. Michael went into sudden cardiac arrest from a lethal rhythm called torsades de pointes. 1 minute he was fine, and the next he wasn't. And in that moment, there was no room for anything except action. For those 12 minutes, I was alone on that kitchen floor, but not fully. I have to start by thanking the call taker who answered the 911 call that day. While that dispatcher was dispatching, the call taker kept me grounded more than I am sure she will ever know. She was counting out loud, keeping me focused. I heard her voice, keeping the pace, keeping me going. I was doing CPR, following her rhythm, because that rhythm was the only thing holding everything together. At some point in between compressions, I got up, I ran to the front door and threw it wide open, and then went right back to him. I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't hear anything, because in that moment, there was no background noise. There was just one thought: keep him alive. And those 12 minutes, they didn't feel like 12 minutes. They felt long, they felt heavy, they felt like they might not ever end. You're doing everything you can and still wondering if it's enough. But what I didn't see in that moment was everything that was already happening. While I was on the floor with Michael, they were already moving. They were getting the call. They were preparing, and they were coming. And then they came through that front door. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it felt like the cavalry had arrived. And the second they reached us, I rolled away and let them take over. No hesitation, no confusion, no wasted time. What felt like chaos to me was routine to them. They assessed him in seconds. They made decisions immediately. They moved with purpose. And while they were working to save Michael, there was someone there making sure I was okay. As I sat on the ground trying to catch my breath, I remember his words: "We don't need two patients." In a moment of complete uncertainty, as everyone was focused on Michael, he took the moment to check on me also. The officer, with such kindness, calmly directing my neighbor and friend, Virginia. We still don't know how she got to my house that fast. Telling her where to bring me, where I needed to be, when I couldn't think clearly myself. In a moment where everything felt out of control, that officer's calm direction mattered more than I can explain. This is what they do. And their concern for Michael didn't end, and then they brought him to the hospital. They called the hospital following up just to see how he was doing. As a nurse, I understand the clinical side of it, but as a wife, I felt it. For me, those 12 minutes were fear, they were uncertainty. They were doing everything I could while not knowing if I was losing him anyway. But for them, for the men and women here tonight, those 12 minutes were action. They were decisions. They were training showing up exactly when it needed to. They're the reason he's alive, because of them and because of every sequence in the chain of survival. Michael is here. He's walking our dogs again. He's helping neighbors. He's sitting at our kitchen table. He's here, and we don't take that for granted anymore. What they do doesn't just save a life in a moment. It gives families something they don't even realize they're about to lose: time. More mornings, more conversations, more ordinary days that suddenly mean everything. 12 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but to us, it was everything. And I also need to recognize their families, the ones who share you with moments like this. The missed holidays, the dinners cut short, the plans that get interrupted. Because when these men and women are there for us, their families are holding everything together at home. So how do you thank the people that gave you your world back? The truth is, I don't think you ever fully can. But I hope you all know what you gave us. And from our heart to yours, thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
And if there is one thing I have taken from all of this, it's how much those few minutes mattered. Learn CPR. Because sometimes it's what carries someone until help arrives. Thank you all. Blow my nose. I'm just gonna squeeze it next to you guys. I don't want to be blocking anybody that's shorter. You're good. You're good. You're good.
I'll just turn.
Thank y'all for letting us do this. Oh, okay.
So just, come line up around kind of the dais.
Thank you very much. Such a wonderful, I mean, I've only been there a few months, but the city is open. You know, I know, but yeah. Very good to meet you. Thank you for, you sent my house. No?
Thank you guys for allowing me the time. I'm sorry if it was a little long.
Yeah, no.
Can we get you guys to come on this side of the left turn so we can take a picture?
Oh, I know, huh?
Take it at an angle just because.
Might get one more too, okay? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item number 4, which is public comment, and we have one comment that will be heard during this portion. The other comment will be heard during a posted public hearing item. So right now, speaking is Lance Megacy, address 1204 Montera Way, speaking on agenda item 6E.
Lance Megacy,
Thank you, welcome.
1204 Montera Way. When I pulled up the agenda last week and started reading it, I was a little dismayed at item 6E, discussing the ethics procedures related to the presentation of evidence, witness testimony, cross-examination, deliberation, and the protection of due process rights for the purpose of ensuring a fair, orderly, and legally defensible proceeding. The things that stood out most to me were witness testimony and cross-examination. The concept of subjecting a citizen who files an ethics complaint to public cross-examination by the city council or outside counsel would likely have a chilling effect on the citizen seeking to hold elected officials accountable. Such a framework is inconsistent with both the intent of the city charter and the fundamental processes of fairness. The adoption of a quasi-judicial procedures, particularly those involving evidentiary standards, cross-examination, and due process protections, constitute a significant policy decision. For this reason, I respectfully request that this agenda item be withdrawn and reposted with greater specificity. You are not a court of law. You are a city council. And trying to implement and bring in judicial type of process is just absolutely wrong on your part. And you have no authority to do it in the city charter, and you don't have any authority to do it as part of the state laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Megacy.
I have no other requests to address the council during this portion of the meeting.
Okay, the next agenda item, please.
Next would be consent agenda.
Okay, council, I request we pull consent agenda item 5A. I had some questions on that. We got an email on that I'd just like to see if we can table that until like the May 18th meeting so I can better understand it. There were some concerns with recent laws that have changed and how that would impact the fairness of an independent agency coming in. So I would like to, I guess I should say first, I'd like to pull that one, and then we can talk about that in a minute. Any other thoughts? Or any objection to that? Okay, any other thoughts on the consent agenda? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we pass the consent agenda less item 6A.
I second.
Okay, just making sure. 5A, okay, perfect, thank you. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0, thank you. All right, next agenda item, please, Ms. Vicky.
So now we would move to agenda item 5A, since that was withdrawn from the consent agenda, and that is consider the approval of Resolution R 2026-028, approving a professional services agreement between the City of Fate and A+ Food Industry Inspections Incorporated, a private contractor, for the purpose of performing health inspection services.
Okay, thank you. So I would request that we table this until the 18th so I can better understand some of the issues that were brought up, new laws that have taken effect, and specifically a jurisdiction from making or enforcing laws regarding cottage food producers. Any city employee who attempts to make up or enforce a law could be terminated, but there's a concern from a citizen that with contracting with a third party, you could potentially be getting around that. Is there any need to take action on this tonight without being able to further discuss it?
Steve, can you answer that question? I know we've got one of our contractors kind of shutting down. Are we going to have a gap?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, our current third-party contractor is retiring, so we're in dire need. well, May 1st was our last day. I mean, May was the last day. And just a comment, I would say, so that comment was referring to cottage food rules. Cottage food rules are exempt from permitting, which in turn exempts you from inspection. So it doesn't, I don't feel like how it applies to the contract.
And not only that, Mayor, I'm looking right now at the professional services agreement, the draft professional services agreement. We can terminate this agreement with 30 days' notice at any time.
Yeah. And I would say this too. So all requests, all permitting and all health inspection requests come through our department here and are scheduled by us with the third-party contractor. So there's no private interaction with the third-party contractor. It's through us. So again, I don't feel like it would apply or conflict.
Thank you. That answers my question. I just, like I said, I had a citizen who was concerned, and I wanted to pull it and make sure we discussed it openly rather than
Absolutely.
just pass it.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion on this now action item?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve item 5A.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Okay, next would be 6A, but city staff Ryan Wells had asked if we could hear 6B before 6A. He could probably better explain the purpose of the switch.
Council, without objection, will move 6B in front of 6A. All right, thank you.
Okay, 6B is, this is an application for a Type 3 site plan for a multi-tenant commercial building. First will be the report from Mr. Wells, followed by an applicant presentation if applicable, and then ultimately consider Resolution R 2026-031.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ryan Wells, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is a Type 3 site plan for a multi-tenant retail building. We're calling the Fate 66 Retail Center. This is project ID SP26003. So here's an image on the right showing the general location. It's actually just catty-corner from where we are right now on the northeast corner of State Highway 66 and CD Boren. The project consumes a 1.722 acre undeveloped lot within a 3-lot subdivision. And the property is zoned Wood Creek PD Commercial. Here is a street view image of the currently vacant site. Again, this project is a site plan for a multi-tenant commercial building in the Wood Creek PD. And the reason that this is before you tonight, and this comes to you from time to time, the Wood Creek Plan Development has a certain provision in it that any projects within the Wood Creek PD commercial sub-area require Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council approval. This is relatively unique in the site plan approval process. Most site plans are approved administratively, but again, because this falls within the Wood Creek PD geography, it comes to the City Council by way of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Here's a 2D rendering of the proposed elevations of the building. You can see it's a pretty prototypical, although nicely finished, commercial building with a lot of glazing on the western-facing side, which is the front elevation of the building. So there are a number of approval criteria in Article 2 of the Unified Development Ordinance. I won't go through them in explicit detail unless you have any particular items that you want me to talk about, but I will go through them just quickly to explain our evaluation of the project. So after review, staff have found that the proposed project is consistent with design standards in the Wood Creek PD and Article 5 of the Unified Development Ordinance. There are water and wastewater utilities available or will be available to the site upon completion of the planned infrastructure improvements. There is coordination with TxDOT currently underway, as there are some access improvements needing to take place from State Highway 66. There are no wetlands or floodplain on the site, and there's city sewer available to serve the project. There are no impacts or conflicts with any county interlocal agreements or any municipal development, municipal utility district agreements. There are 3 conditions of approval that we are recommending at the end of this presentation. There's no written agreement necessary to employ the conditions of approval as the approved site plan comprises the written agreement. And then the proposed project complies with the future land use plan as the property falls within the supportive commercial land use designation. We didn't do any fiscal analysis on this as the site plan review is not particularly discretionary. It's more of a ministerial process. So we didn't run the fiscal analysis on the development, which generally happens at the zoning stage of a project. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this project and provided a unanimous recommendation of approval with conditions with the following conditions. Condition 1, prior to certificate of occupancy, a 6-foot masonry wall shall be constructed on the eastern side of the property in accordance with the Fate Unified Development Ordinance. The text in black is the recommended condition provided to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Based on some discussion at the P&Z as well as additional discussion within the community, I'm proposing some additional detail to that condition as provided in red, which reads as follows. The wall, the masonry wall, shall be either be 1, located on the shared property line with Wood Creek Phase 6A, replacing the rear wooden fences of the adjacent properties, which would require consent of all affected property owners, or 2, located 5 feet from the shared property line with Wood Creek Phase 6A, with grading, drainage features, and surface treatments necessary to minimize weed growth and optimize drainage. We face often this issue where there's residential development that's already in place and then commercial development comes later. And commercial development is often charged with putting mitigations, including a masonry wall, up against their property line. But when there's a wooden fence already there, it's difficult to figure out where that masonry fence needs to go. The optimal solution is to replace that wooden fence on the back side of those residential properties with a nice masonry wall. Wouldn't require property owner maintenance, and it's much more robust than a wooden fence. But that requires the consent. We can't just impose that on those property owners. So the alternative is to have it separated away, but unfortunately that results in a dead zone between the masonry wall and the wooden fence. So we would hope that we can accomplish option 1 as described herein. But I wanted to make sure that that language was very explicit so we knew that one or the other was going to be accomplished in the conditions. Moving on, condition number 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the fire lanes from State Highway 66 and CD Boren shall be constructed to meet fire code standards. And finally, number 3, the approved site plan shall still be subject to adjustments based on civil plan review. That concludes my presentation on this site plan item. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. The applicant is here, doesn't have a presentation, but is available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Mr. Harper.
Yeah, quick question, right? So if you, in the thing about the wall, if somebody chooses to have the wall taken down, somebody chooses not, what does that do?
We end up with a 5-foot gap. Much like, yeah, in other cases where we've had to get consent from all, like unanimous consent, if one person chooses not to, the masonry wall is separated. We can't have a wall that goes like that.
Right. So but I guess my question is, that's not the case here. It's not mandatory. It's not unanimous. Somebody could choose to have their wall taken down and somebody, or their fence taken down, somebody.
No, as indicated here, it's basically going to be one or the other. It's the masonry wall is going to be up against the property line, replacing all of those property owners' back fences, or it's going to be 5 feet away from the property line, and there's going to be an area within it that's going to require maintenance of those commercial property owners.
And who would be responsible for that maintenance?
The owners of the property, the commercial owners of the property, because it's on their property. It's not on the residential owner's property.
Okay.
It's not optimal, but we see the situation all over the city, and we're still trying to find the best solution because almost always the residential development occurs first.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Huffman.
How many residential properties are we talking about?
Is it 7? 7.
Oh, so.
Ms. Chin.
Have the residential property owners, have they been notified about all this? Have you gotten any feedback about what they prefer, whether or not it's right up to their fence
sure.
or 5 feet away?
I think the applicant's representative will be better suited to answer that question because we've not engaged with any of the property owners ourselves.
Okay.
Any other questions? Questions for the applicant? Okay.
Perhaps an opportunity to respond to Councilwoman Chen's question?
Good
Welcome.
evening. Michael Doggett with Animus Civil Engineering, 1610 Maple Leaf Drive in Wiley, Texas. Just wanted to say thanks again to staff. They've done a really great job. We agree with all the conditions that were presented and respectfully request approval of the item tonight. To answer your question, we've not gone to each individual owner. That conversation is between the fence contractor that's going to go out there and actually perform the work before it's done. And that work hasn't been awarded yet to a contractor yet. So we're still waiting on that, but our intent is still to do number one that I think Brian had suggested on his suggested language, which is replace the fence with a wall. That'd be ideal.
So if y'all replace it, then it wouldn't be 5 feet apart.
Correct.
So
It'd be right
the
on
reason
the
why I'm asking is because there's been other situations where they haven't been able to fit a lawnmower back there, and it's been
Right.
kind of an issue in the past. So if you, no matter what, it's either y'all are replacing it or it's going to be 5 feet away, which would mean a lawnmower could get in and out. Is that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Arbor?
I have one more question. So you said the contractor's going to actually, I mean, I prefer that somebody verify that they contacted the homeowner instead of just give it a half of its shot and, not do it once and like, oh, they didn't answer, we're moving on to
Yeah.
the next person, right?
Probably want to have some letters or something for our own protection too, just to.
Right, so I mean, I don't know, I don't even know if that's something that we can require, but if you guys could do that rather than the fencing contractor, I mean, it's your project, so.
Sure. Understood.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Do I have a motion on this action item?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number R-2026-031.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Okay, we'll move back to agenda item 6A. This is an application for a type 3 site plan for a future nursery and preschool. First will be the staff presentation, followed by applicant presentation, and then ultimately consider action on resolution number R 2026-030.
Right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a type 3 site plan once again, although this is for a different site, and you'll understand why we were asking for switching in a moment. This is for a project called the Learning Experience. This is project ID SP26004. So this project is also located on the northeast corner of CD Boren and 66, just to the north of the property for which the site plan was just approved. This is a 1.325 acre undeveloped lot, and again, zoned Wood Creek PD commercial. Here's a street view of the site. Again, an undeveloped lot, thick tree line to the north, the rear property lines of those residential lots in Wood Creek to the east. So again, a nursery and preschool building in the Wood Creek PD. And once again, because the Wood Creek PD requires council approval of the site plans, that's why we're here tonight. The image on the right depicts the plan view of the site. Again, it's the northernmost site within this 3-lot development. And the access onto the site from 66 goes on to the learning experience. And so you can see the driveway off of State Highway 66, which is on the left side of the image, which is the west side of the lot, enters onto the center of the lot, and then goes south and then divides the shared property line between the learning experience and the Fate 66 retail shop, which is immediately to the south. So the Fate 66 retail relies on access through the learning experience site to take access from State Highway 66. And then again, there's a stormwater detention on the rear side of the learning experience lot and the masonry wall, which we discussed, on the very eastern edge of the property. Once again, I'll go through the criteria very quickly. They're very similar to the last item, so I'll be efficient. The project meets the design criteria in the Wood Creek PD and the UDO Article 5. There are water and wastewater utilities available to the site or will be available once required upgrades to the water line are completed. This project also is coordinating with TxDOT. There will be required improvements to State Highway 66. A right turn deceleration lane and a left turn southbound turn lane are both required as per the TIA. And so they're coordinating that with TxDOT currently. There are no wetlands or floodplain, and the project is served by city sewer. No impacts with MUDs or interlocal agreements. There are 4 conditions of approval recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission for this item. There's no written agreement required, and it complies with the future land use plan support of commercial designation. Once again, there was no fiscal analysis conducted for this item. Here's an image of the west facade, the front facade of the building. You can see it's a relatively simple, primarily stucco building with the standard branding for the learning experience. There are multiple learning experience facilities throughout the Metroplex. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this item and recommended unanimously approval with conditions, with the following conditions. Number 1, the masonry fence construction will be a condition of approval and must be completed prior to the certificate of occupancy of the building. As indicated previously by the applicant for the retail project, they're the ones that will be constructing the whole masonry fence for all 3 lots. And so that's why I wanted to make sure that that item was secured first, because the condition of approval here relies on that other project building the masonry wall. And it's all part of the same kind of transactions, so they're all working together. Signs will require a separate sign permit. All light fixtures shall meet illumination and design requirements found in FATE UDO section 594. And finally, site plan shall still be subject to adjustments based on civil plan review. That completes my presentation. I believe the applicant's rep might be here. Yes. And I don't think they have a presentation, but they may have some, be able to answer questions if they may arise.
Okay, perfect. Questions? Mr. Harper.
2 questions. This is not going to allow traffic to back up on 66 if we're picking up kids at a certain time of the day. Is that, it's not going to back out onto the 66, correct?
Right. So this image, there's actually a loop here for pickup. And so there's parking as well as queuing availability along the front of the building. And that's also why there was the turn lanes required from the TIA. So that triggered TxDOT's warrants for a turn pocket. So there's a southbound turn lane and a northbound turn lane so that you're getting out of the flow of traffic if there is a wait in order to turn into the site. But as far as the aggregation of users, they're providing adequate parking and queuing within the loop on the project.
Okay. And the second question has to do with the trees that are on the property. There's a huge tree line there. What's the plan for that tree line?
Actually, I was very pleased to see that they're planning on retaining almost all of those trees on the tree line. So they did include a landscape plan with their site plan, and it shows which trees are going to be removed and which trees are going to be preserved. They're preserving almost every one of those trees along the northern tree line, so that'll be a nice natural buffer on the north side of the site.
And what happens if that doesn't happen? Because we've had that before where somebody came and
Sure.
just bulldozed them, like, whoops, sorry.
That's right, yeah. We do have a penalty clause in our tree preservation ordinance that requires them to mitigate through replacement plantings and/or payment into our reforestation fund. That's generally our first round of recourse. Anything beyond that is not really within my wheelhouse.
Okay, all right, thanks.
When
Ms.
they-
Chen.
When they do get fined and everything goes back into the reforestation,
yeah.
when that happens, does the city go in and plant then, or does it just go into the fund?
Yeah, so we have a fund, and at the discretion of the city manager, we employ those funds for other revegetation projects throughout the city. It may be either helping to, replant on other properties. It might be planting trees on city-owned property. So it doesn't go right back onto that property. Now, if they were to remove those trees, then there may be some other mitigations that they'd need to install, on that northern side of the property. But we would most likely first require them to replant.
Mm-hmm.
But, if you're replacing a mature tree with a seedling or a sapling, it's going to take a while. So right now, they're not showing any removal of those trees. Our inspectors will be out there as they're doing their site construction and making sure that they're staying in line. But yes, mistakes happen, miscommunications happen and whatnot. But the shown intent is to retain those trees.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Or questions for the applicant? Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we pass resolution number R-2026-030.
Do I have a motion and a second? Any further discussion?
I did.
Mr. Kelly. Okay. Since there's no discussion, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is 6C, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2026-032, approving the North Texas Municipal Water District Potable Supply Agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute the same and providing an effective date.
Mayor, Council, we have with us on the call Christopher Williams, a consultant from Raftellus, who helped us with our forecasting required for updating this agreement. Chris has a presentation ready that will kind of step through a little bit of the history and kind of how we got to this with the agreement. But for the benefit of the residents, the city of Fate purchases all of its water from North Texas Municipal Water District. It then comes from them into our system where we distribute to the homes. Our Public Works department does a great job managing all of our storage and distribution. So I'll turn the time over to Chris to present his presentation and kind of talk through this history, and then, of course, available for any questions as you have. I also will note that this has been reviewed by our attorney with Messer Fort. So Amy is actually specializes in these agreements with North Texas. Amy reviewed it. She is not able to be on the call tonight, but she gave her approval. Okay, Chris?
Right, can you all hear me and see my screen?
Yep. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all, City Council, City Manager, Stephen, staff, residents. Thank you all for having me here today so that I can walk you all through this North Texas Municipal Water District Water Supply Agreement. So to start things off, I would like to first recognize the Raftellus team that was instrumental in going through this analysis for you all to determine what your purchased water costs are forecasted to be over the next several years. Myself, Christopher Williams, as well as Trey Hunt, who is a staff consultant with Raftellus, as well as Cameron Craig, who is a staff consultant as well. As we look at the agenda for this portion of your city council meeting, it's important that we walk you all through the background, as Stephen has already noted. In addition to walking you all through the background, giving you some historical context, it's important to point out the key differences. Key differences being what the forecasted cost impact will be for you all, looking at FY 2027 through FY 2034. After I walk you all through the forecasted cost impact, we'll touch base on a few future considerations for your city, as well as looking at next steps. What does it look like in terms of a recommendation for a contract? So beginning with the background here, number one, Raftellus basically worked with 13 different customer cities between FY 2023 through FY 2026. And I can pretty much sum it up as we helped you all through negotiations with North Texas Municipal Water District to make sure that we can look at what does it look like for you all to be assessed a growth charge. Okay, so with this growth charge and many other items on this background slide, I have included footnotes so that you can follow what the terminology is within the contract that's for you all. But with the growth charge, it essentially says that each customer city would be charged the member city rate plus a 10% premium. It's just a matter of in what year does that exactly take place, okay? So between 23 and 26, we helped Fay as well as the other customer cities negotiate an acceptable terms for a customer premium, which ultimately landed in FY 2029. So this growth charge will not take place until FY 2029. Moving along to the next item here, sharing a near-term outlook for you all. There's what has been identified as a legacy charge within your water supply agreement that's before you all. This legacy charge is defined as the member rate plus 5 cents. That's what you all are currently charged for all the demand that you all use by North Texas. And that legacy charge will stay in place for FY 27 as well as FY 28 on all demand. Now, as you look at the long term, as you look at adopting this new contract, the growth charge is charged on demand above the legacy volume. So what exactly does that mean? Well, the legacy volume, it will essentially be calculated based upon your FY 2028 annual minimum demand plus a 5% bump. So essentially, you're able to go up to 105% of whatever your FY 2028 demand is before any premium with the growth charge kicks in. So in addition to that, there are some cost protections built in that essentially by allowing an effective premium to be calculated, an effective premium being your annual premium amounts, how much you pay in premiums, divided by your annual demand. Once you come up with that effective rate, they'll divide it by the member city rate for that particular fiscal year. And if it's greater than 2.8%, there's a whole different calculation that occurs, which essentially allows you all to receive a discount, quote unquote, so that you don't have to keep paying a 10% premium for any additional demand. So now that I went through that complex explanation on the background slide, let me show you some examples to really drive the point home. So number one, the key differences with the forecasted impact, I teed it up by asking you all a question. What does the forecast look like under the new contract terms? And maybe I'm just anticipating what you all would ask me as a council. Well, bottom line, with the 2031 year, that's the first year that you all are forecasted to exceed your legacy volume. Legacy volume, again, it would be your 2028 volume plus 5%. So beginning in 2031, we're forecasting that you all will pay an additional $36,000. And in terms of 2031 through 2034, we're forecasting that you will pay $451,000 more than what you're currently paying under your existing contract that's set to expire. Taking it a step further, I wanted to make sure that I pointed out, under your existing contract, which is set to expire, here are the dollar amounts that you're forecasted to pay under your existing terms that will not go beyond the fiscal year that you're in. Now, in terms of if you were to adopt the new contract template, where you're not receiving credit for legacy volume, meaning you can go up to 105% of your 2028 volume. If you were to adopt a new contract without the legacy volume, essentially what I'm showing you here is that you would not be able to take advantage of this $5.7 million in savings between 2029 through 2034. So essentially what I'm showing you all here is that whenever you adopt the new terms set forth by North Texas, which allows you to receive credit of 105% of your FY 2028 demand, which charges you a 10% premium on any demand beyond that 105%, you're essentially put in a position where you can save $5.7 million. saying it a different way, if you were not to go to this new contract template, beginning in 2029, you would be charged a 10% premium on all your demand. Whereas by going to this new contract template, it allows you to receive some discounts along the way so you don't incur the full costs of what could happen. So taking into consideration this new contract template that will allow you to essentially save residents $5.7 million over the course of several years, there are some future considerations that you would like to think about. So number one, Raftel has been a financial consulting firm in the utility industry for over 30 years. We always recommend a cost of service study, meaning whenever you conduct cost of service, it puts you in a position to ensure that each customer class pays its fair share as wholesale costs increase significantly over time. The way that we like to think about it internally, and an example that one of my colleagues, he often uses is, if we were to go out to a nice restaurant and if Stephen were to order a steak and if Michael were to order prime rib and I order a salad, well, you have to make sure that through cost of service, everyone is paying their fair share. Salad is a lot less than what a steak or a prime rib is, certainly. So we're recommending that you all take a look at your cost of service to understand how much should be allocated to the residential customer class, how much should be allocated to your commercial customer class, so that as you factor in these the increased purchase water costs, you're making sure that you're distributing costs effectively across customer classes. In addition to that, naturally, after you conduct cost of service for one test year, you have to look at a multi-year rate plan. This multi-year rate plan should essentially factor in the forecasted purchase water costs that we're showing. Now, keep in mind, the forecasted purchase water cost is going up each year due to us forecasting you all growing in population. So as you continue to grow in population, essentially you'll have to spend more in the purchase water costs. And lastly, we've noted here that you all will want to take a look at water conservation programs. Water conservation programs is essentially looking at different strategies, tactics, and learning objectives to educate residents on reducing future water usage. An example of reducing future water usage could come in the form of replacing a rain shower head for a more efficient shower head where you're not using as much water on a daily basis. Now that we've covered the future considerations for you all as a council, next steps, the recommendation for the contract is to essentially approve the contractual terms with the North Texas Municipal Water District. As Stephen has already noted, your own city attorney has already completed a review of the agreement. Upon execution, you do need to submit the completed water conservation plan to North Texas. And lastly, upon execution, you'll want to submit the completed drought contingency plan to North Texas as well. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. And if there are any examples that I can show you all, I have slides for those.
And Stephen, can I make a note?
Yes, of course.
So we first started this about 4 years ago, this journey, and it was supposed to take a year or two. Brian Funderburk was city manager in Rowlett. He was the leader of this, and I was kind of the sidekick cheerleader that was encouraging everyone to do this. And so we started on that effort. Brian ended up retiring, and then Fairview city manager Julie Couch took over. And she took over, it took her 3 years, and we worked with a working group. We met pretty well monthly for 3-4 years on this contract. And so this is after many, many different, with Raftelis helping us, a legal firm also helping us. And so it was quite an effort. We think it is essentially the best contract that we think we can get with the North Texas Board, and the North Texas Board supports it. So quite an effort. It does encourage conservation, And most importantly, I think when you look at some of the cities that are really using a lot of water, it does encourage them to do a lot of conservation and look at how they're using water, how they're using their systems and so forth. So it does, so the water districts in particular that are customers are going to really have to watch how they do operations, because if they don't, they're going to get a lot of extra costs, which is, we think, very fair. So it's a good compromise between the customer cities alliance that we essentially put together and the North Texas member board. So that's a little bit extra history.
Yep.
And Christopher's, you've been with us the whole time, I believe.
I have, and the only thing that I would add is that I think you're underselling it slightly. And in some of those months, it felt like we were meeting weekly and bi-weekly.
I would note too, some of the things that Chris did mention, we've started to have internal conversations as we have a greater commercial base coming on who have not just maybe more water usage, but greater capacity needs. We're starting to have some of those conversations about what rate structures may look like in the future to try to protect residents, rate increases in the future. Any questions though from the council?
Questions from council? Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, so the only thing that really kind of slaps me in the face on this deal is the term of the contract, being a 20-year contract. Is that the required length from North Texas? Is that what's the deal with that? Because 20 years is quite a long time.
I would say that the existing contract that you're under, it was established in 2004. And to my understanding, that's a 20-year contract as well. So for historical context, that has been the practice by North Texas. And yes, it's a North Texas requirement. I will say that, to my understanding, North Texas, with them servicing so many cities, MUDs and SUDs within the region, from their perspective, they're trying to make sure that they can ensure some sort of stability in the region as it continues to grow. So I would think, although it would have to be confirmed with North Texas, that's the reason for the multi-year contract extended to 20 years. And also it's the reason why they were looking at some sort of customer premium to try to encourage conservation as the region continues to grow.
I understand, and while I appreciate the background on the 2004 contract initially, I know from talking to previous councils that 20-year contract's been a significant pain point in terms of the requirements of it, the minimums that it pushed out to us. And I know we've exceeded those minimums now, so that's not going to be as much of a pain point.
And we've amended it twice.
Right.
I think we've amended it twice. We amended it last for Pump Station 3. So every time we amend it, we add years to it.
So does this contract offer us protections as the region continues its significant growth pace that will ensure that we're getting the levels of water we need throughout the life of the agreement?
It essentially, and y'all feel free to jump in as well, it essentially gives, when we're able to lock this contract in, it says we're going to buy water from you at this much water for X many years. And so that helps when other jurisdictions are coming to them for contract. Let's say there's a new water district with all the new sprawl going in the counties. Let's say a new water district forms and they want X many million gallons of water. They've already got customers essentially spoken for a lot of that. So it does help, I believe, to help kind of lock in our delivery of water. The bigger issue, of course, is that the region needs a lot more water. And so Bodark should make it till about 2038, and then we're going to need Marvin Nichols to come online. And that's quite an effort to bring that reservoir online.
Okay, so thank you.
That's kind of our bigger problem is supply in general.
Thank you.
In addition to what Michael added, there's a clause within the contract that's before you all that once you exceed your maximum annual amount, it triggers a renegotiation of your contract. So if you were to ever grow at a pace where you're outpacing the maximum inside the contract, there is a period to where you will start renegotiating your contract with Texas.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Mr. Maneval.
There was some mention of drought contingencies. I just wondered, this is a resident common concern, I just wondered how likely we would be to see watering restrictions. 100%, yeah.
Yeah, pretty well guaranteed if there's a drought.
And we do have a drought contingency. We have both of those plans are on file already. Every time an agreement's updated, they ask for those to be resubmitted. So we have those plans both on file and approved with North Texas Water now.
What triggers the drought contingency?
Scott, yeah, let
Who
me have Scott.
determines what a drought is?
Yep. I'll have Scott come up and speak to that.
So both the water conservation and the drought contingency plan were council approved. And they've both been submitted to North Texas, but it really just depends on weather conditions and lake levels. So as soon as they start to see the lake levels drop, specifically Levon, that can trigger their stage one. So when you go into the contingency, there's several stages. The first one is just to reduce the number of watering days, odd and even days, and then it escalates from there to the point where they could even trigger like a level 3 that would say no outside watering at all. So, but it really depends on weather conditions and lake levels.
When was the last time that we put those measures in place? Like
We
did
haven't
the-
been even at a level 1 in the last 10 years.
Okay.
We've gotten close.
2014.
And there's been recommendations, to start to trigger level 1. But yeah, I believe Michael's right. 2014 was the last time I saw it in the area.
Okay.
I would add too, Scott and his team have been working with some of our largest water users in the community to just start having conversations with them about peak time usage and trying to level out some of the usage amongst those users. So while Scott's right, we haven't been there, we're trying to do things right now to just not let rain be the only thing determining whether or not we do. We're trying to do some proactive things as well, which I appreciate Scott and his team for doing that.
Okay, any other questions? Ms. Huffman.
Just to make sure I keep it basic. So we're locking in a guaranteed quantity as long as it's available at a set price that's at this point saving us $5.7 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe not necessarily, I will say, I don't want to suggest that our costs are going to drop that much. I think there was a couple different paths, and this path gives us the better avenue than the other path would have. But at the end of the day, water in North Texas will get more expensive as we go.
It's a savings compared to a different structure that currently exists.
Yeah.
So it's essentially a renegotiated or a negotiated structure with the North Texas board that allows for the customer cities to have a better result long-term. The bigger issue is going to be the continuous rate increases that they're doing to make sure that we've got the supply and all the capital and all the operating costs. So North Texas continues the rate increases, so we're looking at that.
Yeah. And much of that is driven due to capital costs. As we know, things are more expensive for us, and it's more expensive for them as well. And so we're more watching that, and that's part of this conversation about how do we look at our rate structure to make sure that we're spreading it in the ways that are that those that are using the most and require the most are bearing the cost of that requirement.
So they mentioned customer classes. What are the customer classes? I mean, commercial and residential.
Christopher, you want to take that one?
Yes, so that's correct. You have residential and commercial in your community. Now, within your billing system, a more granular answer would be that you all do track some subclasses. So for example, your billing system has the ability to track HOAs. So as you look at the debt and cost of service and making sure that everyone's paying their fair share, yes, you want to make sure that residential and commercial is paying their fair share. But if there is an emerging trend within the data to expand your customer classes to make sure that you're grouping those accordingly, you're able to do that whenever you look at doing a cost of service study. But to answer your initial question, you all are set up for residential and commercial. However, there may be an opportunity to have a more granular level of customer classes.
And we also track irrigation versus non-irrigation, though we don't bill for it the different rates currently. So that's something else we could, so we're looking at all the way we're structured right now. NewGen is doing that study for us in the updated rate study.
Okay. Anything else from council? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we pass resolution number R-2026-032.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 6D, which is discuss, consider, and take action regarding a resolution establishing a Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, also known as CPAC, and providing for its composition. And so this allows the council to accept nominations and to vote on nominations for council representative members, Planning and Zoning Commission representative members, MDD representative members, Parks and Rec and representative members, and then also 2 citizens at large members.
Okay, so do we just want to start with number 1, council, city council representative members? We'll open up nominations for members from city council. I'll start. I'd like to nominate Ms. Martha Huffman. No, these are just nominations.
I would like to nominate Ashley Raines, and I would also like to say that I think that everyone who gets nominated, they shouldn't be potentially about to get recalled in November. This is a year-long appointment, and so we need to be mindful of that and make sure that whoever is going to be nominated is able to actually fulfill that role. So she's not on council yet, but she will be next week. I want to nominate Ashley Raines.
Jennifer, is that in order? Can we nominate somebody who's not currently a council member?
It's a little bit of a novel question. Well, let me say this. I don't think it would be appropriate at this time to, you certainly could perhaps delay this to a later meeting, but we have not canvassed the election. And so, though, you very rarely see any deviation, we haven't canvassed the election or sworn in those council members, so I don't think it would be appropriate at this time.
Sure, and I'd be fine with waiting until Ashley gets sworn in to make the decision about who the council representative is. I think that's the only logical thing to do here. Because the other 4 that are going to be left are all potentially up for recall. We're discussing that later, but that's the elephant in the room. And everybody else is not going to be here next week. So I think that it's only right for that to be decided at least after both Alan Robbins and Ashley Raines get sworn in.
To clarify on that, would you also agree then that for members of Planning and Zoning, MDD, and Parks, it should only be open to members whose terms do not expire until July of 2027, because there's no guarantee that those individuals would be reappointed? Would you agree with that?
Makes sense.
Thoughts, Mr. Hatley? I don't know who came. Yeah, Mr. Hatley?
I was just actually going to make a nomination, but.
Okay, well, hold on. Hold that nomination, please. Ms. Huffman, were you going to make a nomination, or were you going to comment on the?
I guess maybe both.
Okay.
It's hard to foresee 2 months down the road, people's, health and all kinds of things can come up. So I think we do our best to nominate people who we think would do a good job in the foreseeable future.
Okay. So do you have a nomination?
I nominate Mayor Greenberg.
Any more nominations from council?
I'm sorry, since we're having kind of a semi-open discussion on this, I would probably, I would agree with Cody on putting this off until after the new council is seated. But as it relates to the members that would be seated from any of the boards and commissions, my suggestion and my hope would be that we would not nominate and put anybody on that would not be reappointed if there's concerns there. So, so having that required expiration doesn't make sense to me because you're knocking out half, and in some cases over half of the eligible members from those boards.
So am I hearing that there's an idea to push essentially this whole thing until the new council is seated to better discuss who goes on this commission? Or who goes on this committee, I should say?
My thoughts would be, at least from the council perspective, I think we can appoint the rest of the committee, but at least from the council perspective, we should, my suggestion would be to delay it until the first full meeting.
I could get on board with delaying it if we delay all of it. I don't get the logic of something might happen to one group, but that something might happen to the other groups on here as well. So I think it either needs to be all or nothing.
That's fine. I do believe we need to appoint the citizens tonight because we've asked them to come back twice now, and it would be extremely unfair to people who came out 2 weeks in a row to delay that piece of it.
Mr. Hatley?
No, I agree. I think we need to postpone them all with the exception of the citizens.
Okay, so do I have a motion on that?
I make a motion that we postpone all but the citizens at large tonight.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, my next discussion is that, again, last time that we talked about all this, I brought up the fact that Councilmember Hatley had requested that all of the at-large citizen positions not also be serving on other boards. I want to reiterate that that was agreed to. There were no objections to that at the November 17th meeting, but I see that there are people that are on the at-large positions that are also serving in another capacity on a board or a commission. At-large positions, as described by Councilmember Hatley, was somebody who was not already serving on a board. And so I think that when we're discussing that, we need to keep that in mind, that there are people that, by Councilmember Hatley's own definition, are ineligible to even be on the at-large citizen position list.
I would like to amend my motion as well, if I can.
Well, and before you do that.
Because I think I'm probably fixing to do what you're about to
Yes.
ask me to do. So
I do think both Vicky and I would appreciate knowing when you're postponing this.
that was about what I was
Okay.
about to do. So, my motion, I would like to amend to push it till the May 11th meeting to, once the new council is seated, to do that.
I second the amendment.
You want to do this on the May 11th meeting?
I want to postpone everything except for the member-at-large positions until the May 11th.
Okay.
meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on postponing all of this until the May 11th meeting. Any discussion on that?
I think Cody seconded my change, because we have to second the change first, and then we can vote on.
Did you not offer the original motion?
I did.
Oh, okay.
But it was already seconded, so it has to
Oh,
go
okay,
back and be
okay.
done again, so.
All right, so this is a motion on the amendment. So this would change the amendment to,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
May 11th.
Okay. Do you, Ms. Vicky, do you want us to use the voting button
Please,
for this
it's going to be a
one?
hand vote.
Okay, so this will be a hand vote. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? This is just to change the motion to include postponing these to the May 11th meeting. Any questions before we vote? All right.
So that's the council representatives and the those that are on commissions.
Well, technically, this will just be to make it that the motion says May 11th. All right, any other questions? All right, those in favor of this amendment to the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so now the motion as amended on the table is to postpone essentially items D 1 through 4 until the May 11th meeting. And that was motion and seconded. Do we have any other discussion on that? All right, Ms. Vicky, will you want this as a hand vote as well? Yes, please. Okay. Any further discussion? This is now the motion to move the City Council, Planning and Zoning, MDD, and Parks and Rec members, the discussion on, or the vote on who to put on the committee until the May 11th meeting. Okay, seeing as there's no more discussion, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay. So now we're on item 6D5, appointing the two, citizen at-large members. We'll now open the floor for nominations. Mr. Maneval.
I would like to nominate Scott Smith.
Was that everything, Mr. Maneval?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Hatley.
I'd like to nominate Monica Laborde and Sharon Talbert.
Mr. Harper.
I'd like to nominate Oliver Weinman, I hope I said that right, and Les Darlington.
Okay, Ms. Chen.
I'd like to nominate George Lewis and Lauren Megacy.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Kelly.
I want to nominate, where'd he go on my list? Michael Prattle.
Okay, any more nominations? Okay, we'll close the nominations. We'll give Ms. Vicky a second. We gave her quite a list.
Okay, my trusty assistant has put these in alphabetical order for me. Okay, so this is the order that we will vote in. First will be Les Darlington. Next will be Monica Laborde, I'm so sorry. Then followed by George Lewis, Lance Megacy.
Lance or Lauren?
Y'all. Lauren Megacy, I'm sorry, it's because Lance is wearing a cowboy hat. Okay, I'm going to get my act together. Okay, and then next will be Scott Smith. Oh, gosh. Michael Prattle, Scott Smith. I'm sorry. Sharon Talbert, and then Oliver Weinman. Okay, I'm going to write this down so I don't mess this up again. Okay. These will all be hand votes. We have 2 vacancies, so you get to vote 2 times. Please do not vote more. And we are ready to begin. So the first set of votes will be for Les Darlington. All in favor, please raise your hand. 2. Next will be Monica Laborde. 3. Next is George Lewis. 0. Next will be Lauren Megacy. 1. Michael Prattle. 1. Scott Smith. 2. Sharon Talbert. 2. Oliver Wainman. 1, 2, 3. Okay, nobody received a majority vote. So we can do another round of votes. We can drop the members that, the citizens that only received a 0 or 1 votes. Does that sound fair to anyone? That would be
Any
George.
objections?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Any objections to dropping George Lewis, Lauren Megacy, or Michael Prattle? Council? Okay. We'll go ahead and do that, Ms. Vicky.
Okay, the second round of votes, we'll start with Les Darlington. 2. Monica Laborde. 3. Scott Smith. 2. Sharon Talbert. 0. 1. Oliver Wainman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Oliver Wainman secured a nomination. We will need to do another round of votes to secure, because nobody received a majority. So we can drop Oliver Wainman and do one more round of votes and hopefully find a majority. Okay? Yes, 1 vote each. Remember, just 1 vote now. We only have 1 vacant seat. Here we go. Les Darlington. 3. Monica Laborde. 3. Scott Smith. 1. Sharon Talbert. 0. Oh, excuse me, 1. That's a total of 8. Did somebody vote twice that time? Okay. Okay, so which vote were you casting? Laborde and Tolbert? Okay, so which one you were only allowed 1 vote? Okay, Monica Laborde, okay. So I think it's safe to say that we can just have 1 more round of votes for Les Darlington and Monica Laborde because they had the most. Fair? Any objections?
Any objections, council?
Okay. So 1 vote only. Les Darlington. 3. Monica Laborde. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Monica Laborde secured the nomination. Jennifer, because the resolution was written in the packet to also include the other boards and commission members from those represented groups, the council, the Parks and Rec and all of that, can they just now solidify their vote by saying, they've just nominated these. Normally we go back and approve a resolution that memorializes what they just did.
So, so if council votes for these 2 nominees, the resolution would be for those 2 nominees.
Okay.
And you can modify it afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move we nominate Monica Laborde and Oliver Wainman to the CPAC.
I'll second. I'll second.
So just to clarify, you are voting to appoint those 2 members to the CPAC? Okay.
Okay. Who was the second on that?
I was the second.
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion from council? All right, this is a motion to appoint Monica Laborde and Oliver Wainman to the CPAC committee. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Mayor, could we possibly take a 10-minute break before we start the next sections of this? It's going to be a while before we get through all this.
Any objection to a 10-minute break, council? All right, we'll stand at recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. We will come back from our short recess now. Council, under the advice of our city attorney, I'd like to adjourn us into executive session to discuss item 6F. Any objection? Okay, we'll adjourn. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll have to read the provisions,
Thank
yes.
you.
Okay, so the city council will recess into executive session, closed meeting, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, and in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.074.
Vicki, it's just the first part.
Oh, it's only the first part?
Yes,
Okay, excuse
ma'am.
me.
So we are now in executive session at 7:37 p.m.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back into regular session at 8:08 p.m. Ms. Vicky, I guess if we are technically going to take action, but we still have 6E to discuss before, how do you want to handle that?
Jennifer, are we fine with doing E first, or do we need to do F?
That is completely up to the council.
Okay.
I do want to make sure that Mr. Fisher has joined us. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with we'll go with 6E.
6E, okay. Agenda item 6E, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the adoption of formal procedures governing public hearings conducted by the City Council under the city's Code of Ethics, including procedures related to the presentation of evidence, witness testimony, cross-examination, deliberation, and the protection of due process rights for the purpose of ensuring fair, orderly, and legally defensible proceedings.
Okay, thank you. So I put this agenda item here because when at our last meeting, council, when we decided we are moving forward with the hearing, I looked in our code of ordinances, and our the language is the affected officer shall have the right to a full and complete hearing before the City Council with the opportunity to call and cross-examine witnesses and present evidence in such person's behalf. The non-implicated City Council members in attendance shall conduct a hearing and review the complaint. The City Council may reject the complaint or take action authorized under the violations. And so one of the things that I started doing was looking for kind of the procedure, kind of the framework of what a hearing looks like. And we do not have established rules or procedures. I didn't think anything of it until I started looking through Robert's Rules of Order, as well as some other cities, just to try to see if they did things a little bit different, try to get some guidance. And so I'll start with my number one concern, which are the Robert's Rules of Orders. As we all know, this council does follow Robert's Rules of Orders of Process and Procedure. To really answer the question, do we have the proper procedural framework in place to conduct a hearing that's fair, that gives opportunities, and that answers the question of how we're going to move forward? So according to Robert's Rules of Order, there are a couple of things that I want to address. The first is that Robert's Rules explicitly anticipates that the governing body adopts procedures to govern a hearing such as this prior to the commencement. If we don't have any rules or procedures in place, that would be a violation of Robert's Rules of Order, the best practices there, as well as Robert's Rules says that for any kind of hearing or disciplinary related thing, which is what this is, Roberts advises that these be devoted exclusively to one specific meeting, not part of a general or a regular meeting. And so we've already discussed a lot of routine business. It's already 8 o'clock. The idea is that makes it look like it was rushed. It was part of just a regular order of business. You just wanted to rush it through, and I think we need to be deliberate about that. In addition, when I looked up how some other cities run things, I do want to pull some information. The city of San Marcos, for example, has an ethics review commission. The hearing of the complaint is at least 30 days given to the individual who the complaint is against to prepare, and that is after the adoption of formal rules. So it's 30 days after the individual who's going to have to be part of the hearing, who's going to have to defend themselves, knows the rules. Another example, so for evidence and witnesses, physical evidence, documents, photographs, exhibits, I'm sure that would pertain to recordings as well, must be submitted at least 15 working days before the hearing to all parties and the Ethics Review Commission. This talks about the witnesses having to meet certain criteria, having personal knowledge directly related to the circumstances of the charges, specifically noting what kind of witnesses and what kind of evidence would not be allowed to be admitted. If the commission decides to call witnesses, it must notify them 10 working days before and shows that the presentation as representation, that the person accused of a violation and the person or persons alleging the violation may be represented at the hearing by any person of their choice, including an attorney. And then there are 8 bullet points on hearing procedures. It talks about summation, so how you summarize both the charges and the defense, and then it has mentions of deliberation. I read what our ordinances currently say, and it doesn't have any of that. I think it would be inappropriate at this point to move forward with this without adopting some rules to guide how we're going to have our hearing. And so with that, I think that part of the agenda item, which is discuss and consider, I just wanted to know what you guys think in terms of some ground rules that we should place before we do a hearing.
First off, I think it's great that other cities have thought this out and probably have more experience in dealing with this for various reasons than we do. But our code of ordinances is our code of ordinances, and that's what we have to go by now. We've got a public hearing scheduled for tonight. So my suggestion would be that a future item be put on the agenda for the council at that time to establish whatever appropriate processes are in place for that. But as it relates to the public hearing that we have on the schedule tonight, I believe we should allow Mr. Hatley the appropriate time to bring forth any evidence, any information that he wants to share, specifically as it relates to the 2 ethics complaints that have been filed against him. That the complaints are specific, and any evidence, anything that's presented should be focused strictly on the complaints.
My concern with that, though, is if we kind of fly by the seat of our pants with this, and then we attempt to put some more structure in place, that's going to come across as some potentially individuals as part of a hearing were bound by a different set of rules than others, and now we'll be inconsistent.
But that's always the case. That laws change, procedures change.
You're acknowledging that now, though, so why would it be, why are you saying, if that's a good idea for future things, why not right now?
Laws and processes can change at any point. The laws and processes that are in place when these complaints are made are on the books right now. So we've got the hearing scheduled. Let's establish what the rules are for this hearing that we're about to have. But as far as the stuff that you've mentioned, I think it's a great idea to put that in place down the road. But again, what we've got on the books now is what we've got on the books. So let's figure out how we're going to handle this tonight, and let's go.
So you do want to put some procedures in place?
For tonight, yes. That's fine. Procedures such as the only thing that should be discussed are information related to the specific complaints that were made.
Do you recognize that if we put procedures in place tonight and then have the hearing tonight, that would be not in Robert's Rules of Order best practices?
We don't follow Robert's Rules of Order best practices. We talk over each other all the time. We follow some parts of Robert's Rules, but we don't follow anywhere near the letter of
I'm just asking, you think that would be
For instance,
appropriate
right now, everyone should be getting a chance to talk rather than the mayor going back and forth. We all are supposed to be getting our 5
And you
minutes,
will.
and you have not, no. After he talks, everybody's supposed to have 5 minutes, according to Robert's Rules of Order. This is, let's call it what it is. It is a thinly veiled attempt to make sure that this hearing happens after the person that has filed the complaints is no longer on council. And it is unacceptable. Call it what it is. That's what this is. We have a charter, and every single thing that we have changed on the charter has to be voter approved. So suddenly trying to go back and change things now and pretend that it's because, oh, we're just trying to follow Robert's Rules of Order, sorry, that's not it.
To be clear, this is not changing the charter. These are changing ordinances. There's a
Then
difference
put it on the
between
agenda,
charter
because you did
and the
not put it
ordinance.
on the agenda. What you put on the agenda does not properly notice the public. I looked at this, couldn't figure out what it was. I called Michael. He didn't have any idea. You have not properly noticed the public. So to go in and try to change things now because you don't want this hearing to happen, that's what this is. And to say anything else is a lie. And I'm not going to lie to the public. That's what this is.
And Mr. Hatley has been given plenty of notice about his violations. This is the fourth meeting that we've been at now that we've talked about this, both in public and in executive session. So I believe that he's had plenty of time to prepare himself for any information that he would need.
To be clear, though, and whether or not we have a hearing tonight, he cannot prepare in a way if he does not understand the rules he is to be governed by. You can't do anything without knowing how you're supposed to prepare to do those things.
I agree with Cody, and you're just trying to push this down the road so that the people who are here to file this, and we've been through this for several weeks, you're trying to take this opportunity to have this be completed. I mean, we already know what the outcome is. We already know what this is going to happen. So we're just going to kick the can down the road until we're gone off of the council. That's what this attempt is. It's evident to the public, and it will be clearly evident to the public going forward.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll also add that Mr. Hatley, at our last meeting, voted that there was credible evidence that he violated an ethics ordinance. So my suggestion is, let's put some procedures in place and let's have the public hearing. So I'm going to make the suggestion, the first suggestion on the procedure should be any and all evidence presented, any and all questions that go back and forth should be directly pertinent to the charges at hand.
I'd like to make a motion that
Okay, hold on. Mr. Hatley,
I'd like
go
to make a
ahead, Mr.
motion.
Hatley.
What
Am
I was
not-
gonna state-
if I make a motion, they have to stop. Is that not correct?
You-
I'm making a
I'm just
motion that
following-
we adopt what Scott Kelly has said, and that we make sure that all of the comments, everything that is presented has to do with the actual evidence, has to do with the public hearing, and does not divulge into anything else.
I second.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Hatley.
What I was going to state is the hearing is not necessarily for the council members who have made the charges. You could have made them earlier, and you could have had the hearing earlier. But it's not my fault that you didn't decide to rerun again and on that. Second of all, I have not seen anything in detail to be able to share with my legal counsel as to what Ross Fisher is going to say in advance, to be able to go over it, to figure out exactly what we need to rebut.
Point of order. This doesn't have anything to do with the agenda item.
It has to do with creating rules. This is how we're going to create the rules. This is due
Point of order.
Due process.
Point of order not well taken. Go ahead, Mr. Hatley.
This is about due process. I need to be able to see discovery to know what exactly to rebut. There's lots of paperwork that I was not allowed to get a really, really good look at before I could leave.
What are you discovering? Whether or not you did what you already voted that you did? What are you discovering?
Excuse me, ma'am, I have the floor. Second of all, to call witnesses. We need time to call witnesses. Robert's rules, and most cities also say that I need 30 days to be able to prepare a case on this.
And to be clear, that is after receiving full notice of the charges and proceedings.
Exactly.
He's had 30 days since he got the charges. It's been 30 days.
But we have not
the
seen
full
them.
charges. He has not.
He has.
That's not a rule. That's not, other cities may have it. I don't know if most cities, you said most, I don't know if most
That's what
cities-
we're here to adopt.
I'm sorry?
That's what we're here to adopt.
We're here to adopt procedures.
We're here to have a public
Okay,
hearing.
hold on.
I'm pretty sure in the charter, it doesn't say that we have to wait and give I can't even believe I'm having to say this, that we have to give deference to the people that aren't going to be on council so that they can be here and see and participate in the hearing. When there has not been adequate time, I have not been presented anything to rebut that I could pass to my attorney, for us to go call witnesses, to set rules.
Mr. Hatley, you voted last week, 2 weeks ago, that there was credible evidence that you violated.
That doesn't mean that waives due process. For me to be able to see things.
What we're doing is following the procedures that are outlined in our code of ordinances now. We've got the opportunity to adopt procedures. There is a motion on the floor. We should, if you want to filibuster, please continue.
I'm not filibustering, you are.
I think here's one of the issues I have. I think if this council adopts procedures today, knowing full well already what Mr. Hatley has prepared, it would be adopting rules specifically to try and silence somebody who has an active ethics claim against them. And I think that is very problematic, and I think that anybody here on council and in the audience should see that.
I would certainly welcome your explanation on how we are trying to silence him, because the motion on the floor is to allow him to present any evidence specific to the complaints made against him. That allows him to present anything he wants to. He's had this information presented to him for over a month that he's known this is out.
Because you would have told him today, you would have told him right now what the specifics of the evidence is that he is and is not allowed to. His evidence is loaded right there. So he would go right into having to determine without having any time to look over it to see what would or would not be allowed to be presented.
So what evidence should have been prepared that anything outside of, any evidence that he's had time to prepare, he's known what the charges are? Am I right or wrong?
But not.
Has he known what, I'm talking to the mayor right now.
Pardon you.
He's had the time to understand what those ethics charges are. He has sat in an executive session and listened to the complaints and what Ross Fisher said in the initial report that we put out into the public. He read the reports in executive session last week, so he knows what that information is, specific to these claims at hand.
He does not know the rules of administering any kind of evidence that we would be saying, here are the rules of what you can and cannot share tonight.
The specific rules are related to the complaints against him.
At this point, I don't want to get us out of order. Any other comments before we vote? Any other comments? Ms. Huffman?
Well, Mr. Hatley chose to have a hearing, and he agreed to the date, and he knew everything that was in place following the procedures at the time. So I think we should do it tonight.
May I respond to that? I have not had a physical copy of what was presented in executive session. I was told I could not take it out of there. I could not show it to an attorney. There are things in there that were not released in the previous thing that we were allowed to take with us. There is information, there's statements in there that from people that were taken that I cannot sit there and show my attorney. We don't know who to call, what to rebut. We don't have the time to build a case. This is purely about discovery. This is about you put this in front of us so that I get the chance to rebut what they have. But
I call the question.
But they've been hiding.
Okay. Repeat your motion, Cody.
Scott, repeat my motion.
The motion on the table is that any evidence presented needs to be solely focused on the ethics complaint that has been filed.
What is that exactly? What am I supposed to be able? Hey,
he's asking a point of information. Go ahead.
Exactly. What exactly am I supposed to go present evidence against? Because I don't have it in front of me.
Would you like me to read the ethics complaint?
So, Ross, I have a question. He's on the line, correct?
Would you like me to read the ethics complaint? Because that's the complaint.
Yes, I'd like to read Ross Fisher's thing and have time to go over in any statements that have been taken that have been put in there.
My question to you, Ross, is let's say, hypothetically speaking, we give more time. At any point, is Councilmember Hatley entitled to your legal opinion and your findings, and is his attorney entitled to that information? Meaning, would postponing it change anything about what his access to your legal opinion regarding the findings of this investigation?
As Mr. Kelly pointed out, Mr. Hatley sat in the closed session last time when I presented my investigative analysis. He got to hear it, he got to read it. He did not get to take a copy home, but neither did anyone else. So he's fully advised. He's seen Mr. Kelly's complaint. He didn't respond to it. He saw my initial memo in closed session, which nobody got a copy of. He saw my investigative report in closed session. I have been very forthcoming with his attorney since his attorney was hired, answering all his questions to the best of my ability. I mean, I think it's disingenuous to claim that he's unaware of the allegations. All the evidence has been, I mean, I don't see that this, and I guess secondly, the ordinance as written envisions my report being laid out here at the beginning of the hearing process. That's what your procedure says. It says that my report will be laid out at the beginning of the hearing process. So he'll have another chance to hear it then. I hear what he's saying about not having a written copy, but that's not the way that your ordinance is written. And the other thing I would point out is that I don't get to introduce any evidence in this according to the way it's written. Mr. Hatley gets to introduce whatever evidence is relevant, subject to your limitations that you place on it. But I guess the other thing that's a little bit bothersome about Mr. Hatley's narrative is that every piece of evidence is something he created, right? It's the tapes, it's the recordings, and it's the affidavit.
Are there any excuse me, sir, are there?
I'm talking.
Okay.
Everything, no, I've already told your attorney I did not collect any written statements. I told your attorney that. He knows that. He also knows that my role is limited to reading my report or asking the city attorney to read it for me.
Do we have rules on
And
cross-examining?
He's also been told that I don't intend to introduce any evidence.
Okay.
So the only evidence that has been considered in this case is evidence that Mr. Hatley himself created.
That's correct. Also, there's still a motion on the floor. Are we okay with voting on that now?
Repeat it.
Please, Scott.
The motion on the floor is made by Ms. Chen, is that any evidence presented in the public hearing should be relevant to the claims at hand, the charges at hand.
Okay, it's been motion and seconded. Any discussion? Any more discussion? Are we voting on this machine, Ms. Vicky, or is this a hand vote?
If you vote on this one by machine, then any other votes that may take place will be hand. So you can vote electronically for this one.
Okay.
I have a question. Madam City Attorney, since we are establishing the procedures for the upcoming public hearing, should Mr. Hatley consider recusing himself from adopting procedures for his own personal public hearing?
So I view this as a discussion of procedures for all ethics hearings. Certainly, if you're limiting these procedures to just Mr. Hatley's, then he should not vote on that. But if these are in general procedures you're going to have for ethics hearings, then he could vote on that. So I guess it's just on what the motion is.
So these that we're adopting tonight in general should be considered, our votes should be reflective of what we want for any future public hearings until our code of ordinances can be updated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
What exactly are we voting on again?
This is that anything presented has to be relevant to the claims made.
Who decides that?
That just, you got to vote, and that'll be more discussion. This is what happens when we don't fully flesh things out before we move forward. Motion passes 6-1 with Mr. Hatley voting in the negative. Okay, so is that our, are those the official rules? Are those the only rules that this council wants to adopt, or are there any others before we move on
That's
to
the
the
only
next
rule.
agenda item? All right,
We
Ms.
can
Vicky,
adopt
next
any
agenda
other
item,
rules.
please.
We can adopt any other rules we want. So if anybody has anything else.
Next agenda item, please.
Okay. Next will be agenda item 6F, which is conduct a public hearing and discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the March 25th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Scott Kelly against Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Mark Hatley. First is presentation of written report of the city attorney to the city council. Second is presentation by Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Mark Hatley. Third is public hearing. And then fourth is consider and take any necessary action regarding the March 25th, 2026 ethics complaint filed by Scott Kelly against Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Mark Hatley.
May it please the mayor and the city council, I'm going to read Ross Fisher's memo on behalf of Ross because he's having some voice issues this evening. To the mayor and the city council, City of Fate, Texas, from Ross Fisher Law, PLLC, dated May 4th, 2026, regarding the investigation of the complaint filed by Councilmember Kelly. Background. On April 6, 2026, City Council authorized an investigation of 2 alleged violations of the city's Code of Ethics contained in the March 25, 2026 complaint filed by Councilmember Scott Kelly against Councilmember Mark Hatley. Council deemed as valid alleged violations of Sections 2-309 subsection 10 and 2-309 subsection 6 of the Code of Ethics. A, the interference allegation. Section 2-30910 of the Code of Ethics imposes the following restriction on council members. No officer of the city shall, in addition to the prohibition contained in Section 3.09 subsection 3 of the Fate Home Rule Charter, which is incorporated herein, conduct themselves so as to appear to have a role, responsibility, or authority in administrative matters, except those matters expressly authorized by the City of Fate Charter. This section shall not preclude the city manager from advising the city council on administrative matters or seeking mayor or council member input on administrative matters. In conjunction with Section 2-309 subsection 10, the complaint cites subsection 309 subsection 3 of the city charter. Section 3.09 subsection 3 contains the following prohibition. Members of the city council shall not in any way dictate the appointment of the city administrative officers or employees whom the city manager or any of the city manager's subordinates are empowered to appoint. The complaint references recordings made by Hatley of his conversations with city manager Michael Kovacs. Specifically, the complaint references comments made at the 7:30 mark of a November 11th, 2025 recording. At that point in the conversation, which dealt with the police chief's ongoing employment, Hatley tells Kovacs, "I certainly hope," and this is a quote, "I certainly hope that his job is not on the line. That would not bode well for you at all," close quote. Earlier in that same recording, as the two discuss the police chief's employment, Hatley tells Kovacs, open quote, "Believe it or not, I've held people off of demanding you being fired, and let's just say that my firewall is getting very thin," close quote. Later in the same recording, Hatley tells Kovacs, open quote, "I've lost so much faith in you, and believe me, I've actually spoken well of you amongst people that demanded you being fired, but I'm losing confidence in you," close quote. Other recordings made by Hatley include similar language, all in the context of the police chief's employment. November 6, 2025, conversation between Hatley and Kovacs, open quote, "The Rockwall County Sheriff swears by him," close quote. Open quote, "I have never heard over the last 2 days but praise from people who actually work with the chief as best they can in neighboring cities," close quote. Open quote, "I'm going to try to become the squeakiest wheel, trust me," close quote. Open quote, "There is a large group of people here in Faith that want you fired. I've done the best I can do. Try to hold them off," close quote. November 12, 2025, conversation between Hatley, Kovacs, and Human Resources Director Lee Corson. Open quote, "There are several people that supported me quite passionately that would like to see nothing but Michael fired," close quote. Open quote, "Someone's going to have to convince me," close quote. Open quote, "As a council member, I do have, a say over particular city management positions, including his, Kovacs. So I have to be able to judge his job performance as well. That's what people elected me to do, and I think I have a lot of latitude to be able to go do this," close quote. Interview summaries. In an interview, Human Resources Director Lee Corson described her impression of Hatley's conduct during the November 12, 2025 meeting. And there's a footnote. During that meeting, there was a discussion about splitting the public safety department and appointing Lombard to head the fire department only. Hatley made clear that he opposed such a plan and would consider such an action a demotion. Corson said that she got the clear impression that if Kovacs took any adverse action against the chief of police, Hatley would attempt to take adverse action against Kovacs. She interpreted Hatley's comments as threatening Kovacs' employment if Kovacs terminated or reassigned the police chief. In her interview with City Manager Michael Kovacs, he stated that it was clear to Kovacs that Hatley intended to dissuade him from terminating and reassigning the police chief. According to Kovacs, Hatley's comments were definitely a threat, and he believed that Hatley would seek to fire Kovacs if he terminated or reassigned the chief. Conclusion and recommendation. It is my conclusion that there is credible evidence that Mr. Hatley violated Code of Ethics Section 2-309, subsection 10, and Section 309, subsection 3 of the city charter. And that should be actually the city code. I recommend the city council proceed with assessing a sanction pursuant to Section 2-313, 3 through 6 of the Code of Ethics. B, confidentiality allegation. Section 2-309, subsection 6 of the Code of Ethics prohibits a city officer from disclosing confidential information. The Code of Ethics defines confidential information as, open quote, any information to which an official has access in such person's official capacity, which may not be disclosed to the public except pursuant to state and/or federal law, and which is not otherwise a matter of public record or public knowledge. Confidential information includes the following information, however transmitted. I, any information from a meeting closed to the public pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act or other law, regardless of whether disclosure violates the Texas Open Meetings Act or Texas Public Information Act. 2, any information protected by attorney-client, attorney-work product, or other applicable legal privilege. And 3, any information deemed confidential by law. The complaint asserts that Hatley violated the confidentiality provision by releasing recordings that contain confidential information regarding the job performance of a city employee. To analyze this allegation, it's helpful to establish a chronology of events. On December 8, 2025, Hatley provided the recordings to the city secretary's office in response to a public information request. Request R001741-120125 that was ultimately withdrawn. December 9, 2025, the recordings were shared with the Messer-Fort law firm. City Attorney Jennifer Ritchie and attorneys Melissa Cranford and Michael Callis had access to the recordings. January 5, 2026, a blog post was published that referenced secret recordings. A request was made by Councilmember Harper seeking copies of the recordings. January 14, 2026, Hatley's recordings designated as confidential were provided to council members and the city manager. February 2, 2026, City Council voted to waive the deliberative privilege and make the recordings public. This means that the only city officials to possess the recordings prior to their online reference were Mr. Hatley, the city secretary, the deputy city secretary, and 3 attorneys in the city attorney's firm. In response to inquiries, Messer-Fort confirmed the recordings remained within the firm and were not released. Likewise, the city secretary confirmed that her office released the recordings only to Messer-Fort on December 9th before ultimately providing them to the council on January 14th. City manager Michael Kovacs stated that he was aware that the recordings were in the city's possession, but that he never listened to them or forwarded them to anyone. Confidentiality of the recordings. Personnel matters, including evaluation of a city employee's job performance, are generally discussed in closed session unless the affected employee opts for a public discussion. Here, the recordings included discussions regarding the performance of both the police chief and the city manager. The recordings also included the city manager's deliberative process as it related to city personnel matters. The city council recognized that the recordings contained confidential information when, on February 2, 2026, it waived the deliberative privilege and authorized the official release of the recordings. Mr. Hatley has not contested the fact that the recordings contained confidential information. Hatley Affidavit. On April 30, 2026, Mr. Hatley's attorney provided me with an affidavit from Mr. Hatley, which is incorporated herein. In his affidavit, Mr. Hatley admits under oath that he made the recordings at issue and released them to Michael Pipkins on December 17, 2025 and December 18, 2025. Mr. Hatley's release of the recordings predated the council's decision to waive the deliberative privilege. Conclusion and recommendation. It is my conclusion that there is credible evidence that Mr. Hatley violated Code of Ethics Section 2-309, subsection 6. I recommend that the council proceed with assessing a sanction pursuant to Section 2-313, 3 through 6 of the Code of Ethics. And attached to this memo is the affidavit provided by Mr. Hatley.
Okay, presentation by Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Mark Hatley, or representative.
Good evening. My name is David Dodd. I don't believe I've met probably any of y'all at the dais, other than Jennifer here today. I'll be presenting a lot of this for Mr. Hatley, Councilmember Hatley. First, I'd like to ask Michael Kovacs a few questions, and it's relevant because he's charged with interference and releasing tapes involving the interview with Mr. Kovacs. And I'll start on the interference version. So, Mr. Kovacs, we've never met, have we?
I think we ran into each other at the last meeting, but not formally, no.
Maybe a nod, a hi, I don't think we spoke or anything, did we?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And you've been a city manager for how long? In multiple cities?
Should I be answering these questions?
So I will instruct you when you should no
Okay.
longer be
Well,
answering
thank you.
questions.
So 28 years.
Let me stop. So if I ask a question, you just want him to wait until you respond?
Yes, and just to be clear, Mr. Dodd, we're not going to be litigating any of the Lombard claims or any potential litigation
And
here.
I will make an honest representation of the council here. I do not intend to litigate the Lombard claims here. Be honest with you, I probably know less about them than anybody in this room, to be quite honest. A little bit background on me, I've been a city attorney since the 90s. My father ran for office when I was 5, so I've seen both sides of it, the people knocking on the door, going to church, being at the cafeteria, or the thing. I understand that, and I understand there's a lot of moving parts going on in the city right now. My intention is not to interfere with any moving parts or anything, but I do have a client to represent. So, again, I'm not making any allegations in the Lombard case. I don't have any, I'm not in a position to know or make any comments on that. But I do believe there's some questions, because even in the document you read, it said the basis of this was a meeting regarding Chief Lombard. You've put that into evidence already, so you've made it relevant.
So, Mr. Dodd, I don't want to get into an argument with you, but the allegations regarding interference with the city manager, they could be talking about tree trimming, animal control, speeding on the streets. They could have been talking about anything.
But they're not, and you put that into evidence. I encourage the council, don't go by what I say, look at the document she presented from Ross Fisher. It specifically addresses the Lombard issue. And again, I'm not trying to address that, I'm not trying to litigate that issue. But, Mr. Cover, I'm just doing a little background to get through some, to get into some things. But you've been a city manager for quite a while, correct?
Correct.
And how many different cities?
I have to count.
And I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, I'm sorry. Maybe.
Oh, I need to count.
Okay.
Let's see. This is set number 7,
Okay.
not including internships.
Okay, and so how long, let me ask it this way. How long have you been involved with municipal government and the management side?
28 years, and then some other city
Okay.
minor work,
And-
emergency management.
When you came to work here, council had approved you, correct? Had to hire you,
Correct.
the entire council, or a majority?
Yes.
Okay. So how many council members does it take to fire you?
It takes 4.
Okay.
In a
And you would agree with me then, I'm sorry. I didn't
I'm
mean to
sorry,
interrupt
go
you.
ahead.
Go
In a
ahead,
regular
finish.
situation.
I was talking
With the
about
full
regular.
council, it takes 4. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you would agree with me, one council member can't fire you?
Correct.
One council member can't hire you?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that the council can't hire or fire the the chief of police?
Yes.
And for reference, the council can't hire or fire the parks director. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here, I don't know anything, but can't hire or fire any director of the city. The whole city council cannot do that, correct?
Correct.
And even under the hirings that the council has authority for, one council member can't do it.
Correct.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley could not fire you, could he?
Not on his own.
Meaning?
It takes
Explain.
4.
4 council members, correct?
Correct.
And had you talked to other council members about these issues that you thought were leading to the interference?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to talk about anything with regards to the Lombard claim or the Lombard litigation.
So you felt like, I'm not asking about the Lombard litigation. We're here today because you felt interfered with during a conversation regarding the Lombard situation. And I'm not asking about the litigation. This is pre-termination, correct? Do you understand that?
Pre-termination.
Let me ask this. Let's get this out. What day was Chief Lombard terminated?
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to answer any questions regarding the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding the Lombard claim.
I'm not getting into that. I'm trying to establish the timeline here. Because the tapes were November 6th, November 11th, November 12th. What date was Chief fired?
I would have to look that up, but it's probably,
Is it easily accessible?
It's-
And what I'm trying to do is I'm not going to ask any questions probably after that. I'm trying to set a parameter here for the council. I'm not asking you why. I'm not asking to read the letter or anything or any documentation. I'm just asking the date.
right.
And
Lee, do you-
that's public knowledge. I mean,
Sure.
Chief would know. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
not hiding anything there.
it's probably the 9th,
9th of
November?
November.
But
or-
let's look it
No,
up.
Lee's
Let's look it
shaking
up.
her head no.
No? Lee?
If you need to ask somebody, I'm fine.
Say again?
The meeting on the 12th was pre-termination.
Okay.
And she said the meeting on the 12th was a pre-termination. What was that?
The chief was terminated on November 21st,
Okay. thank you.
Friday.
Thank you. But this meeting on the 12th, the pre-termination meeting, was that a meeting with the chief, or was that the meeting?
So
with Deputy Mayor
again,
Pro
we
Tem?
are not going to be talking about these
I'm
facts.
asking- She brought it up. I didn't ask her.
No,
She
you
offered
brought it up. She answered the question.
She is on the witness list. She's on the witness list. She is on the-
Those in the gallery, please.
She is on the witness.
I'm saying please don't chime in.
I'm asking for clarification. She said it was a pre-termination meeting. Was that the meeting with the chief, or was that the meeting we're talking about? Because there's a November 12th meeting with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley too, correct? With some of the tapes?
So would you clarify, what is your question to Michael Kovacs?
My question to Michael Kovacs is, do you know, or do you need to ask somebody, we've been told about a November 12th pre-termination meeting. Is that a meeting with the chief, or is that the meeting we're talking about the Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley is charged with interference with?
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to discuss anything with regards to the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding the Lombard
And for
claim.
clarification, I'm not asking you any of the details, any of the, let me ask it this way. Who was present in the November 12th pre-termination meeting that Human Resource Director just told us about?
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to answer any questions regarding the Lombard claim or the Lombard potential litigation.
Again, I'm not trying to get in anything on the case, but I didn't ask it. It was offered in, and she is listed on the witness list, so she can come up. And I apologize, we need to start over. I believe Mr. Kovacs needs to be sworn in. I talked to Ross about swearing in the witnesses.
This is not a courtroom. We're not swearing in
Well,
anybody.
Mr. Ross and I had talked about that. He said
Well,
it would be
I'm telling you,
sworn.
this is not a judicial case, and we're
Well,
not
that was
swearing in.
That was not voted on in the proceedings on the previous item.
Absolutely wasn't voted on, because we're not doing it.
And you're
Well, we
one
have,
person,
we have no
correct?
procedures governing that. You
And we
chose
have
not
no
to them.
procedures.
Do you
to
have
do
any
it,
objection to testifying under oath, Mr. Kovacs?
Say again?
Do you have any objection to testifying tonight under oath? So you're refusing to take the oath? Well, we'll continue. It's your choice right here. This is your
No,
choice.
I'm looking to the city attorney to see.
Ross and I
Well,
had
we
discussed swearing in the witnesses.
No, you had asked a question about whether there would be somebody available to swear in witnesses, and we
Well,
answered in the
discussed this.
affirmative.
So, Mr. Kovacs, are you objecting to being sworn in?
I'm not objecting.
Okay. So I believe the city secretary, they said, was the notary giving the oath?
Jennifer, do I need to
Sure.
swear him in?
Feel free to administer the oath.
Okay. Michael Kovacs, raise your right hand. Do you swear that you will tell the whole truth and all of the truth under oath?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do you know who was present in the November 12th pre-termination meeting?
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to answer other question regarding anything to do with the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding the Lombard claim.
Okay. Was Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley in the pre-termination meeting on November 12th?
I'm going to again ask the city manager.
If he says yes or no, if he says no.
I've instructed him not to answer those questions regarding the Lombard claim. It is irrelevant to what is before the council tonight on this public hearing.
I'm trying to tie down the meeting that on November 12th about interference that Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley was in. If he was not in this pre-termination hearing, that's all I need to hear, and we move on. It's very simple. I'm not trying, I really am not trying to dig under any fences or litigate a case that I'm not involved in. My client is Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley.
You certainly can ask the city manager who was in the meeting with Mr. Hatley and the city manager on November 12th.
Who was in the meeting with you and Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley on November 12th?
I'm looking at my calendar, and it shows, well, let's see, actually, I don't show any meeting other than Lee and Lyle and I met.
Michael, don't volunteer stuff regarding the Lombard claim.
Right.
But there was a date, and it's in the complaint by Mr. Fisher and his report, that you met with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley, correct? That's the whole underlying, I'm not trying to be sneaky
no, I
here,
didn't
it's the
bring,
whole underlying
I
thing
didn't
here.
bring I wasn't prepared to go into all these details about the
But you said you
timeline.
felt like you were interfered with, and that's where,
Sure.
that's the meeting I'm trying to get to. Does that help?
Right. It would help if my calendar was more accurate, that I could tell you for sure.
Do you remember the meeting?
Do I remember? Yes.
And you testified here today, and you've answered the question that it takes 4 council members to fire you. Correct?
Yes,
When-
yes.
I understand you said when there's a full council, I understand that, I get that. There was only 1 council member in that meeting, correct?
Yes.
And the meeting with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley, there was only 1 council member, correct?
Correct.
1 council member cannot take action, correct?
Correct.
So where did you get the 4 votes to be interfered with?
I don't believe it takes 4 votes under the.
To fire you, it does, correct?
Right. No, but as far as to make a threat.
To discipline you. Well, what good is a threat if a person doesn't have the votes? That's a fair question, isn't it?
Right.
What good is a threat from 1 council member if you don't know 3 other council members are on the line with them?
It was I think it was a very challenging period. And so which council members could align on which side was
Well, and I understand that, but
changing quite rapidly, so.
That's life as a manager, correct?
Sir?
That's life as a manager.
It is.
always knowing where
Unfortunately,
votes-
yes, it is.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and I'll agree with you on that. So, had you had threats from other council members about being fired or held accountable or anything related to the same issues you were discussing with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley?
Wish me to answer this one?
I didn't, the question is, I didn't get into anything. If you don't, do you want to answer the question, or are you dodging it?
I just don't know if.
Did you have meetings or conversations with any other council members that led you to believe they would vote with Mr. Hatley, or Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley, that caused you to feel interfered with?
There was a lot of conversations taking place.
So isn't it true that Councilmember Harper threatened to fire you over the chief?
He made a comment that I would interpret as strong.
Isn't it true that's on the recordings that we're talking about here today? Well, what's on those recordings is you telling Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley about it.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you met with Councilmember Chen about the chief? Or discussed it? Met, maybe not the proper term, telephone call, emails,
Yeah, I think
meetings?
we had a phone call.
More than one?
I believe so.
Okay, over,
Am I allowed to interject anything, or is this just, I mean, I know Rick chimed in, so I'm just making sure I'm not allowed to say anything. What,
think
are
this
you
is-
asking
this is-
specifically if we had conversations about the chief, or is there something specific that you're asking about those
I've
conversations?
asked, I'm not getting into the details, I'm not getting into that
Okay.
lawsuit. I'm asking because City Manager Kovacs said he felt interfered with, and it takes 4 votes to discipline him, fire him, hire him, either way.
Sure, I just want to
I'm
make
asking
sure
how
that
you
you're
got to
asking, what you're actually asking him.
I'm not asking the details of the conversation.
Okay.
I'm respecting that. That was the rule on relevance and everything else. But it is relevant. Interference has been brought.
Sure.
That's what I'm looking at. And to interfere with a person hired by the council, you have to have a majority of the vote.
Well, I don't think that's the intent of the ordinance.
So how do you feel interfered with if there's no repercussion?
It's the threat. I mean, the threat is the threat.
Is this the first time you've had a council member upset about an issue in your experience?
Oh, no, they're upset all the time.
Okay. And you know that one upset council member doesn't get you in trouble.
Probably just the
Obviously-
first time you
obviously
had
have to deal
one
with
dumb enough to record it.
Sorry?
I said probably just the first time you had someone dumb enough to record it.
That's out of order, Mr. Harper.
It's a good movie, by the way, but, all right, so then on the, what day, and I'm only asking the day, and it's public knowledge, I believe someone said, I believe Councilman Maneval told me November 21st was the termination date? Correct? So.
Yes.
Mr. Kovacs, you'd agree with me that in the affidavit and everything, the documents were released after the termination date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on November 12th, you and the Human Resource Director, both on the tapes, say that the chief is not in danger of being fired. You're on the tapes. I'm just asking you, it's on the tape. I'm not getting into any details about the underlying reasons for it.
Yeah, at that point, that's what we believed.
Okay, but isn't it true that there was a pre-termination meeting on that same day?
Again, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer any questions regarding the Lombard claim or the potential Lombard litigation.
I'm just laying out timelines. It's already public. The other side already knows it. There's nothing privileged I'm asking here. He knows what day he was fired.
We are not going to be litigating the Lombard claim or the Lombard potential litigation in this meeting. It's completely irrelevant.
I agreed to that. It's not completely irrelevant.
It is irrelevant. They could have been talking about anything. They could have been talking about animal control.
But you chose to put it in the document you presented here. I didn't present that document. It specifically states the Lombard case in the document you read right here. How is that not relevant? Please explain that to me.
Well, we are not, again, you can keep asking your questions and I'll keep instructing him not to answer or we can move on. It is not relevant. The threat could have been about animal control. It could have been about anything.
But you didn't put that in the document. You specifically said it was about the Lombard case.
The council has heard your argument. Please move on.
The document specifically said it was about the Lombard case.
I make a motion, we move on to the next witness.
I'll call the HR director. And I'm ready to call the HR director. I don't believe they have the authority to do that.
I'm on the council, I have the authority to make a motion whenever I have a chance. It's not a legal proceeding, sir, so.
It should be, though.
It's not.
You started a quasi-judicial proceeding.
No.
That's why I was asking for procedures. I've asked for the procedures. Y'all made the choices. I'm trying to follow.
There's a motion on the floor.
And a motion and a second has been made. Any discussion on the motion? I think that outside of procedure that we would have set, I don't think just because somebody on council is getting annoyed with the questions being asked, that's a reason to move on.
It's a motion and a second. There's a vote now.
We're discussing it.
I will say that because of the claim, we should allow some leeway for the questions to be asked. I would also say that the questions feel like they're very inappropriate and targeted onto other issues as opposed to the actual claims at hand. So yeah, we've got a motion and a second, but I would allow enough grace to allow Mr. Hatley to have the opportunity to defend himself or the attorney to attempt to defend poor judgment.
Okay, so this would be a motion to move on to the next witness. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, 3. Those opposed? 3, the motion fails. Mr. Dodd, continue, please.
I will be respectful of your time. I do appreciate it. Thank you. But the only statements in the document that was read, drafted by Mr. Fisher, deal with conversations about the chief, correct? This is not my evidence, this is yours. I promise you, I'm not asking any underlying things, but you told, let me go on, you told Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley on November 12th that there was no plans to fire the chief, correct? It's on the tape.
Madam Attorney, I would ask for the relevance to the claim at hand, because I'm not hearing relevance to the claims that documents were released when they shouldn't have been, or tapes were released when they shouldn't have been. I'm not hearing relevance to the claim that, to offset the fact that Deputy Pro Tem is being accused of interference.
And if I might respond, that's a very good question, and I'll try to link it for you if that'll help. The tapes show your Human Resources Director and your city manager lied on that particular day, that specific day.
But
No,
again,
let me finish. I'm not accusing, I'm not bringing charges on him, but that creates the issue. There's nothing illegal about taping somebody on the other side.
It's speculation
There's
that
nothing,
they lied.
There's nothing illegal. No, it's on the tapes.
You don't know
It is
that.
on the tapes. And
You
we've already-
don't,
okay,
you don't know
Hold on.
what order or anything happened in
Well,
that speculation.
Do you know?
I do not, which is why I know you're
will move on to
speculating right now.
Councilmember Quinn now. So what was your involvement in any of this?
Say it again?
What was your involvement in these meetings?
Again,
I'm talking about the meetings that were subject of the charges. Let me ask you that.
so would you please clarify your question? If you're asking her if she was present at the meeting between Hatley and Councilman,
No, I'm asking her if she was present, if she emailed, if she had phone calls, if she had any conversations regarding them.
regarding what?
The meetings for which Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley is charged.
I didn't talk to Michael. I didn't even know Hatley had had a meeting. I had no idea. Until I listened to the tapes with everybody else, I had no idea.
Okay.
I learned when everybody else did up
Okay.
here.
Isn't it true you'd had meetings with the city manager or conversations or emails regarding the chief?
Again, City Attorney, I would
Again, we are not going to go down this path. We are not.
I will tell you it's relevant because one council member cannot interfere.
Well, you have made that point. I believe council has heard your point. We are not going to negatively impact the city by going into the Lombard claims with a
And I'm
potential
not- I'll be
litigation.
honest,
We are not.
I don't have the knowledge of the facts. to
Okay,
go into a
and I would like to remind that because we did not set clear rules for time limits or anything like that, against my repeated efforts, this presentation has no limit, and Mr. Dodd has his time to address what he wants to address and ask questions. We can continue the back and forth, but outside of any rules, he should get to continue.
He can stand up here and talk until he's blue in his face. We don't have to answer.
I don't disagree,
Mr. Mayor,
but-
I would remind you that our rules are specific to the two complaints made. So that's all I'm asking, is these questions related to the two specific complaints, not timing
And
on
I'm-
meetings, not specifically what was said. It's got to be tied to the two specific complaints.
No one proposed any time limits. You could have done that. It was your agenda item. Why didn't you offer it? Maybe we would have agreed. You didn't even propose that.
Right, because I'm not gonna force a bunch of rules. If we don't want to have rules, let's not have rules
didn't
and let's just
propose
leave
them.
it.
That's
as-
not forcing.
Because if we're not gonna have rules, then we're gonna leave it as
We're having
open
a
as
conversation up
possible.
here.
I can move on to the next witness is all I was going to offer.
Okay, please
Do
continue.
you have any
That
more
seems to be
questions
pleasing
for
everybody
me?
else. Not at this time.
Thank you.
Not at this time. But I'll call Luann, the HR director, please. And I'd ask that she be sworn in also. And I'll defer to y'all where you want her to sit, or I don't want her to have to stand. I know she's not after.
Oh, Omar,
That's fair.
do you have a mic? Thanks, Omar.
Lee, will you please raise your right hand? State your name.
Lee Corson?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, under oath?
Yes,
Thank you.
And, so we've never met, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and never discussed any of this or anything?
No.
Okay, were you present on that November 12th meeting, the meeting I'm talking about? Let me clarify. With Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley and City Manager Michael Kovacs.
Yes.
Were you present for the entire meeting, or were you brought in at some point?
Michael came down to my office and got me. I don't know if they had been meeting prior to when I came in or not.
Okay, and that was November 12th, 2025, to be
correct.
And I'm going to ask you a question. I know you've already answered it from back there, but just put it on the record. You'd said something about a pre-termination meeting on November 12th.
Again, I'd ask relevance.
No, what I was saying.
No,
Whoops.
Lee,
Sorry.
I'm going to instruct you not to answer any question regarding the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding the Lombards.
Okay, well, let me ask this. I'm only going to ask her questions that Chief Lombard and his attorney already know the answers to, just dates. I promise you, I don't know enough to get into this to harm the city. And if
Well,
there
that's
was a
exactly my
if there was a
point.
pre-termination meeting with the chief already has knowledge of that. That's nothing that needs to be hidden.
We are not going to go down this path.
I'm not going down that. She's already brought it up in a public hearing. I'm asking for clarification.
To answer the question.
Let me ask it a different way. Was that meeting different? The pre-termination hearing you mentioned earlier, was that a different meeting than the meeting with you, City Manager Kovacs, and Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley?
Again, City Attorney, I ask relevance to this question.
It is very relevant.
I'm waiting for an explanation on the relevance.
The relevance is there were lies told to him on the exact date of the pre-termination hearing.
Again, I'll ask for relevance, Attorney.
Which led to the need for transparency, which led to the need to legally tape meetings. And it does not show interference if you're just asking questions and the answers you're getting are lies.
So, City Attorney, my point would be that whether lies were told is irrelevant to the charges at hand. Whether the need for the tapes to exist is not a question. The question at hand is, did Councilmember Hatley interfere with the city manager doing his job by making threats? And the question at hand is, did Councilmember Hatley release tapes containing privileged information, containing specific performance issues at hand? That any other meetings later that day, whether the city manager was completely open with Councilman Hatley is not the question at hand.
I've instructed, and I will repeatedly instruct till I'm blue in the face, for all witnesses not to talk about the Lombard claims or the Lombard litigation. And I will do it as long as I have to do it.
My feelings aren't hurt. That's fair. I understand that. So, in the meeting that you were present with, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley was in, and City Manager Kovacs was in, were you specifically asked if the chief was in danger?
I believe so.
And did you tell Deputy?
Relevance
Mayor
of
Pro
the
Tem,
two,
did you tell me- it's already
relevance of the
answered.
two charges against
It's
Hatley are
already
not there.
answered. That question's already answered. I'm in the middle of another question.
You can be in the middle of all the questions you want. I'm asking for
I
relevance
will
from the-
remind council that they will wait to be recognized by the chair.
You can remind me all you want.
If you want this to have any decorum, that's what you need to recognize.
Decorum went out the window about 15 minutes ago.
Please continue, Mr. Dodd.
Do you remember how you answered that question from Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley?
Yes,
And how did you answer that?
that termination was not being contemplated at that time.
Okay, thank you. And the dates are the dates already, is that correct? I mean, the dates, I'm not getting into the Lombard, but the dates of the meetings and the dates, that's already water under the bridge, is that correct? Whether it's a
I don't
litigation or
understand the
not.
question.
Okay. The dates things happen, whether it was in the Lombard case or this case, they're not going to change, correct? And on
Correct.
November,
Dates are
correct?
dates.
And on November 12th, you had two different meetings, correct?
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to discuss the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding the Lombards.
Let me ask it this way. Earlier in this hearing, you were seated in the back left side of this room. Were you the person that answered on November 12th was a pre-termination hearing? Was that you?
That is not what I said.
And again,
then
I'm
tell me
going,
what you said. Then tell me
I'm
what you
going
said.
to instruct the witness not to discuss the Lombard claim or potential litigation regarding Mr. Lombard.
Tell me what you said when you were seated back here.
I'm going to again instruct the witness not to testify regarding this issue.
She's already testified. I'm asking her to repeat what she's already said.
I'll keep saying
I'm asking her to
it.
repeat what she's already said. And please explain to me how it's in the best interest of this proceeding in the city to keep something out that she's already said.
Because it's not, okay, first of all, the Lombard claim and the Lombard potential litigation is not relevant to the ethics complaints that are before the council. And it's not appropriate or in the best interest of the city to talk about a personnel matter or to talk about potential litigation in an open meeting that's not in front of a court of law.
But we didn't bring that Lombard case up. It's in your document. You stood here and read before I got here. Correct?
I've already responded to you on that.
Okay. I'm just asking that your position, and you're telling this council to disregard something and questions regarding an item that's in the document you presented. Is that the proceeding we're going to follow?
So I'm instructing the witnesses not to talk about the Lombard claim or potential Lombard litigation. That's what I'm instructing the witnesses, because it's not relevant.
But, okay.
Do you have
We'll do
additional
this.
questions that are
I
not
do.
the same
I
one
do.
for Lee?
Not for Lee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have permission to cross her?
Oh, to ask. Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, did you hear the question?
So, Lee,
That's not mine to answer, I apologize.
So,
Yes, you can ask some questions.
So, Lee, were you in a meeting with Michael Kovacs and Councilman Hatley on November 12th?
Yes,
Were you aware that the meeting was being recorded?
no,
Did you feel that Mr. Hatley implied he had some ability to terminate Mr. Kovacs' employment?
I felt that he would make an effort to. Whether he had that ability or not, I don't know, but that he would make that effort.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Lee as well. Lee, did you, at any time during that recording, ask Mr. Hatley if he was recording the conversation?
I didn't, but Michael did.
Okay. And what was Michael, what was his response to that question? Did he lie to you?
He said no, and he was fumbling.
All right, thanks.
Fumbling with his phone.
Again, I'll ask relevance on that. That's not pertaining to the claim.
Well, we're talking about people lying. So.
I understand, but the claims are related to interference in releasing the information, so.
I have no more questions.
Thank you.
I'll call Councilmember Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you.
Do you want to swear me in first,
if you
or are
want
we
to.
good?
If you're, I'll let you decide. Yeah, let's let him swear in. You know what, you've already signed a sworn on this, haven't you?
Swore.
The complaint.
Yes,
Okay.
So, if you want me to, great. If not,
It's up to you. It's up to you. I'll leave it
Swear
up
me
to
in,
you.
Vicki.
Scott, please raise your right hand and repeat your name.
Scott Kelly.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, under oath?
I do, so help me God.
All right, so Councilman Kelly, you filed this complaint, correct?
I'm sorry?
You filed these complaints,
I
correct?
did.
What led you to file these complaints?
I listened to the tapes and was extremely disturbed with what I heard. The context of the conversations, I was disturbed with the specific threats. I was disturbed with the way the questions were phrased. As presented, I felt like there were some underlying intent to the tapes that were not true to what Mr. Hatley had previously told me, that it was only about lying. So somebody else had made a complaint earlier. It did not, it was deemed not to have merit. So I decided I was going to file the complaints in a way that it absolutely had merit.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on something that you said. And I asked him because I don't know. You said something about, was it a conversation you had with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley about lying? You said something about lying.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley and I exchanged a text where I asked him why he sent the text or why he recorded the conversations. and he told, he wanted to have a phone conversation first in fear of potentially being recorded and not wanting to have to deal with that, or quite honestly, having to deal with an hour-and-a-half conversation. I preferred to have it in text, and he responded back that he felt like Michael was lying, and all these recordings were to document Michael's lies.
Okay. And I'm going to ask this question broadly. I'm not asking any specifics. Was it lying on the issues for this meeting or for previous conversations?
I'm sorry?
Was your understanding from what Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley was, his concern about lying, was it during these meetings or previous communications?
He has felt like he has been lied to before.
Okay, and is it your understanding?
And that was in his text. Or if not lying, not getting the full information.
Okay. And I'm asking this for clarification.
I understand.
Is that your understanding of why he taped the meetings?
That is the excuse he gave me. As I listen to the tapes, it becomes evident to me that there are probably different reasons for recording. But I'm not, that's my interpretation, not what he stated, so it's really not relevant here.
All right. How long have you been on council?
4 years.
Okay. And you understand how the votes go, correct? It takes more than one person to discipline or fire a city manager.
I understand that. I also understand the fact that if I were to go and make a threat along those same lines, I could, if I were in Michael's position, I would take that serious enough to understand that I would be taking action to do something along those lines. So absolutely, just one person can make a threat, but the way the threats were made certainly sounded like he intended to take action on it.
Okay, and what would that action be?
That action
to make
would
the
be
threat?
to, the action to, we've got the opportunity to review the performance of any employee that reports to the city council at any point with essentially a second to create an executive session.
Okay, and that's a review in executive session, correct?
Correct.
Unless the employee opts to be in public session, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. In your communications with Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Hatley about this topic after the meetings, did he ever try to get a second or try to get it on the agenda?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what actions he's taken. I do know there have been conversations about bringing the city manager into executive session, though.
Okay. Has it been on an executive session since then?
Not yet.
Okay.
Which
Well,
again would lead me to question the motivation, because if you've got the evidence on tape, why do you not bring the evidence to council to discuss?
Okay. And let me clarify that last question. If it's been brought to an executive session, I don't know what his timing on his contract is. I assume there's an annual review that comes up regardless if anybody asks
Again,
for it.
it's not relevant to the conversation.
Well, I was trying to clarify my last question, but I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
If I may have just 1 minute. All right, thank you. And at this point, and we've sent the tapes that we wanted to be offered in to the city secretary per Ross's request, and she had them by noon today. I do understand. I do understand all the moving parts. I do understand the litigation. I would ask that the council review them, and I'll defer to the council if you do it in open session, executive session. I understand that, but I think there's an overlap where y'all can get the information and still protect the city. That's what I'm looking to do.
So, Mr. Dodd, I would assume that most council members have listened to the tapes.
Well, I would like to have to listen to all of them and the specific ones we've said, and I don't really want to go down and poll the council. That's not what I'm trying to do. If they've already reviewed them, they've already reviewed them. I'm offering them as evidence and deferring to the council how they play those to protect the city, if that makes sense. I was listening, I promise.
No, thank you so much.
Okay. And at this point, I would just close with a few words that there's not interference. There's just not interference. I don't think you get to it. You look at the codes and the ordinances. If you listen to the tapes, it's on there that Mark Harper threatened to fire him. Mark was the one that threatened to fire him. Where are the complaints?
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm just making a closing statement, so we can present things.
Where was it on?
I was not asking Mark, I was not asking.
Hold on, let him finish his closing statement.
I'm saying that's in
We
the
still have a
tapes.
public hearing.
Y'all told me you've listened to them, and we've made them available. And per agreement, we're saying y'all can listen to them in open session, closed session, however you want. I do understand there's a lot of moving parts. I'm not trying to damage the city, but I do have a client to represent. What's good for one is good for another. You all got to act under the same. Those tapes specifically say that. And I do not believe due process has been followed tonight, but I also do not believe that you have the evidence on interference. I'll give it to you. The release, that's up to y'all. But under the law and under attorney-client privilege, any client can release it. I can't, attorneys can't, but it's the client's choice. I'd ask you to think long and hard. You're setting a precedent here, and I understand. I understand you need decorum. I get that. But every case is not, when I was prosecutor, we said every case is not a death penalty case. You got to look at this, and as Mr. Kelly said very honestly, that Deputy Mayor Tim Hatley's reasoning for taping was he felt he wasn't getting all the information and was being lied to. Those tapes show that. Two employees told him nothing's going to happen when a meeting happened that day. That's both. It's not true, and it's not sharing information with everybody equally. I understand it. I've been a city attorney. I'm a city attorney. I've represented bodies and elected bodies. You got 7 bosses. It's not like a corporation or something where you got one. You got to listen to 7 different people and understand what, especially now with information technology as it is, you got to figure out how everybody gets their information and processes it and make sure they all get that. I think that's as much of a problem here as what happened, and I ask you to weigh all that, weigh the facts, and look at everything here. I don't believe this proceedings followed all the due process, but I also don't believe the evidence is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Okay, so we'll move on to the public, well, I guess, questions from council?
Yeah,
Mr. Harper?
when do we get a chance to cross-examine?
Who would you like to talk to?
I'd like to have Mr. Hatley come up, and I'd like to cross-examine Mr. Hatley, please. Yep. Please swear in Mark Hatley, if you would, please.
Mark, would you raise your right hand and say your name?
Mark Hatley?
Okay. Do you swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, under oath?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, on the recording, Mark, did you say to Michael, if you fire the chief, this will not bode well for you?
No, sir.
Oh, you didn't say that?
No, you're paraphrasing.
Okay.
Okay, what I said.
Jennifer, can I, let me, hold on just a second. Let me have that report, please, because I don't have a copy of that. Okay. Give me just a second so I don't have to paraphrase. I can read it right off the paper here. let's see, it says, quote, okay, let me rephrase my question. Did you say, quote, "I certainly hope this is not his job, on the line, that would not bode well for you at all"? Did you say that?
Yes, and I'll add the context for that.
I didn't ask you to add a context. I said, did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a yes or no question.
Do you want context?
No, I don't. It's a yes or no
Of course you
question.
You don't want the facts?
It's the same, it works for both ways, so.
Sure. We've been stopped more than you have.
And then, did you or did you not provide the recordings to Michael Pipkins before they were released by the council?
Which recordings?
The recordings from November the 11th, 2025. Hold on, let me just go ahead and read them all off to you, sorry.
Yeah, please.
I'd say affidavit is the best evidence.
Yeah, did you study?
No, because affidavit did not include all of the actual recordings that he made, because there was more.
And for clarification, the affidavit is about the ones that were released.
No, they all have been released. November 11th, November 12th, November 6th, November 20th, and December of 2025.
Just clarify.
Okay, which one? Are you saying, did I release them all?
Did you release those recordings to Michael Pipkins or anyone else outside of the council before, or the city before they were released?
The November 12th ones, yes, and the December 2nd one were released. That's it. Nothing else was.
Okay? All right, thanks.
I have questions as
Mr.
well.
Kelly?
If I might just follow ahead, you wanted to give context on one of that. What context are we trying to add?
Yes, the context I was trying to add on your question about it would not bode well. What it meant was, you were, number one, there was something else that happened right before that had me a little irritated, that had nothing to do with this, but that he had irritated me. He had gone around me and interfered with me on getting information. But to answer your question, the Bodewell comment was, you're allowing 2 city council members to bring somebody not under their charge into executive session. It doesn't bode well because it makes Michael look weak. He was being dragged around by you, and by you. So does it look good? Does it look strong for a city manager to let 3 council members bully him into taking an executive session? Because you did. Right after you didn't get what you wanted that night, you sent a text message to the mayor that simply said, you sold out. Chief and Michael are going on executive session.
And did I put Chief or Michael on executive session?
No, you didn't.
No.
You had Scott do it for you.
I did not have Scott do it. So
Well, then
I'm
Cody
going to,
had Scott do
again,
it.
I'm going to ask that this line of questioning stop. We're not going to be talking about the Lombard claims or the Lombard litigation.
So my questions are over, thanks.
Was he stopped?
Ms. Chin?
Hi.
Yep, go ahead.
You stated in your affidavit that you released the audio files to the blogger on December 17th or 18th. What method did you use to send those files?
I believe it was email.
You believe, or
It was email.
was it your city email?
No.
Okay. When was the last audio recording made?
December 2nd, I believe.
Okay, so that would have been after executive session, correct? When we had the November 17th executive session is what I'm referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you discuss executive session material on the December 2nd meeting and then release that?
December 2nd.
The December 2nd audio?
Yeah, I think I do recall, there's one of that I discussed that you had accused me of leaking executive session, and Michael.
Did you discuss executive session material on December 2nd on that audio?
I honestly couldn't go back and tell you. I don't remember that tape verbatim.
Okay. What is your proof that I threatened Kovacs?
Did you threaten Kovacs?
No,
That you threatened him? Your own words.
I never threatened Kovacs.
You
What
stated-
is your proof that I threatened Kovacs?
Now that you've asked me the question on a
Yes.
tape.
So if this is regarding the Lombard claim or the
It's
Lombard.
not. It's not. It's just, it's about Kovacs.
So again, Cody, I would ask relevance on this. It's not relevant to the claim at hand.
He mentioned it.
No, you mentioned it.
You just You just accused me and
Okay.
Harper, so I just,
No, I said y'all put him on executive session.
I think this is being YouTubed. You literally said that we threatened him, but I just, on the record, I never threatened Michael Kovacs, ever.
I YouTubed it?
This whole meeting is
Okay.
being YouTubed.
Okay, I thought you were talking about something else.
No, that's all that I have for now.
Sure.
Mr. Kelly?
One question. Do you believe there was compelling evidence that you were in violation of Section 10, the interference claim?
Absolutely not.
Then why did you vote for it last week?
To move forward?
Yes.
You're talking about in the thing? Because everybody seemed to want to go move forward. And I said, let's bring it out, let's discuss this.
I understand, but the vote wasn't to move forward. The vote was the council finding compelling evidence that was there. So you're on record voting that there's compelling evidence.
Then I was mistaken in my vote.
So you didn't understand the vote?
Yeah, it was quite stressful.
Okay, understand. So you're voting on things you don't understand?
In that case, sure, I
Okay,
did.
thank you.
It's quite a bit of pressure, you got to understand.
Ms. Huffman?
So, Mr. Hatley, I believe it's both November 11th and November 12th, that there are a number of times when you say you saved Michael Kovac's job, it won't bode well for you. Do you know how many times you referenced his job at all during those?
I don't know, it wasn't deliberate to do it, but I stated that, and by the way, I stated this several times during lunches too as well, long before the Lombard case came up, that there were people that supported me that were interested in firing him, and I had no interest in firing him.
So what's the point of bringing that up to somebody?
Basically, I'm trying to help him. When he literally told me during that meeting that when I asked, had council members threatened to fire you, I said, can I ask a bold question? And he said some of them yes. Lee said yes, or bring him into executive session. I wasn't one of those people. And he said, yes, they had. I was not one of them. He even said, he even discussed, well, I'll give you an example. Well, on December 2nd, that's why I came back and asked the question on December 2nd. You had mentioned that council members had threatened to fire you. Which ones were they? And I named them specifically. I said, was it Cody? Was it Scott? Was it Mark Harper? And I said, I even added, was it me? And he said, no, it was just Mark.
Well, do you
Referring to Harper.
Do you think bringing up someone's job security is a way to intimidate someone?
Honestly, no. I was trying to tell him, I'm trying to help him.
Mr. Hatley, did you have any meetings after the meeting that you asked Mr. Kovacs if you threatened to fire him and he said no?
Meetings, and he said no. Well, yes, there was one regarding executive session. Cody, Ms. Chin, was online stating that I'd leaked things from executive session.
Okay, let me be specific with the question. So after your meeting where, what do you know by chance the meeting where you asked Mr. Kovacs specifically if you were one of the ones that threatened to fire him?
Mm-hmm. That was on December 2nd.
And so there were multiple meetings before that meeting where you did reference his job, that's when you made the Bodewell comment, is that correct?
Yes.
And so after that, the one meeting after that, did you discuss anything about his job or anything that would be related to his employment or anything?
After the termination? Absolutely not.
I'm talking about after the December 2nd meeting.
No.
So the last meeting that you had with him where you discussed his job, he specifically said that you did not threaten to fire him.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Maneval?
I just wanted to clarify something on our votes to proceed with the Ross Fisher recommendations. Those were just to be consistent with what we had done on recommendations in the past. I don't think anyone should imply that there was an admission of guilt.
Didn't you vote against it, though?
I believe I voted for them.
I think you voted against it. Yeah, you and Greenberg, I'm pretty sure, Mayor Greenberg.
Well, if Mark
voted
voted for
against it.
if Mark,
He voted for it, y'all two voted against it.
I think to Mr. Maneval's point, though, is he's saying there is a difference between moving a process forward on something and acknowledging by saying that there is guilt associated with something.
It seems like there's several councilmen up here who don't listen to the actual motions and they just vote without actually knowing what they're voting for, because that's two people that now have admitted that they voted on something they weren't understanding what they voted on.
And you did that a couple of weeks ago.
I did not change my vote from no. I actually wanted to change something else in the vote. My vote was always no and never was meant to be no.
But you admitted you didn't understand.
Relevance, this has nothing to do
with that.
with
I'm not
the
the one on
ethics
trial
complaint.
here. sir.
Agreed.
I have another question, and I want to remind you that you swore to tell the truth. Are there other recordings that you haven't released yet
No.
of Michael? No other recordings
No.
that you secretly recorded?
No, I turned over all 8 of them.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Okay, at this time, then, do you have anything else to say, Mr. Hatley? Okay, are you asking for a? Okay.
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. So it's my understanding at this time, we'll open up the public hearing. Ms. Vicky, I know you had said we had at least one, so we'll open up the public hearing for this item at 9:39 p.m.
Yeah, I have one person that signed up to speak, being Autumn Lebinsky, address 114 Vallon Drive.
Autumn Lebinsky, 114 Vallon Drive. I'll make this very quick because it's late. You find yourself here in very uncharted territory, pun intended. When we first developed the charter, we tried to include common covenants found in other cities. Many of them are not tested until they have to be. In the charter, there are 3 main citizen actions that are addressed: voting in their elected representatives, items for initiative, referendum and recall, and then finally ethics complaints. This year, you find yourself navigating the path of each of these. Ethics complaints are very cut and dry for the citizens to express their dismay with the actions of council utilizing the basis of verifiable violations of the city's code of ethics. It is not based on opinion. It is not based on hurt feelings of a non-existent code of conduct. It's not based on semantics or timing of meetings and whether a threat is invalid if it's not actionable. It is based on documented violations of the code of ethics, which the city council is required to maintain for the charter. The process is clear and based in public information that has been followed appropriately per the city manager and city attorney's interpretation. In the complaints provided you today, the outside counsel has found credible evidence that supports multiple violations. The accused council member himself voted yes, that there was credible evidence for one of the complaints, and for the second, there is written evidence that the online blogger received the audio recordings from the people who recorded them over a month before deliberative privilege was waived. I'm just checking time here. Okay. No amount of testimony nor witnesses can dispute these facts. I believe that a public hearing was requested as part of an elaborate showcase afforded by the charter that will not change the fact that Mr. Hatley violated the code of ethics multiple times. Based on the egregiousness of the complaints, the only option out of the 6 options listed within the code of ethics ordinance is number 6, to pass 2 resolutions of censure or a recommendation of recall, since these represent serious and repeated violations of the code of ethics that have been committed intentionally, which he admitted in his sworn affidavit that was read earlier today. If we cannot trust that the council can keep the confidentiality of city business that they took an oath to uphold, how can we trust that there aren't any other breaches out there just because they didn't actively record them and then make them public because they thought it was a good idea?
Thank you.
I received 2 more requests to address the council.
Okay.
Lauren Megacy, address 111 Mustang Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Megacy.
Lauren Megacy, 111 Mustang Drive. The opposing counsel here kept bringing up there, one person on the council cannot recall or fire the city manager. But if you look at the council, there's 4 members, Mayor Greenberg, Mr. Maneval, Ms. Huffman, that were all campaigned, and Mr. Hatley helped get you guys elected. So he did have 4 votes that if he wanted to, could get Mr. Kovacs fired. So Mr. Kovacs was in fear of his job because he was threatened, and Mr. Hatley could get the votes to do that. So something you need to think about, because Mr. Kovacs was threatened by a council member for doing something, and he could have been fired. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the last request I've received is Lance Megacy, address 1204 Montero Way.
Lance Megacy, 1204 Montero Way, Fate. I was on city council for about 11 years, and it was always understood that city council members, before they talked to the staff, would have to go through the city manager. So let me read section 3.09, item 3 of the city charter. Members of the city council shall not in any way dictate the appointment of a city administrative officer or employees for whom the city manager or any city manager subordinates are empowered to appoint. The city council at the meeting called for the purpose may express its views and fully and freely discuss with the city manager anything pertaining to the appointment or the removal of such an officer or an employee. So when Mr. Hatley, listening to that tape, Mr. Hatley tried to imbue excess pressure on Mr. Kovacs by using his words to try and threaten him. That's pure what it comes down to, is that he used undue influence to try to force a change by Mr. Kovacs. So he violated the charter. I was the original one that started with ethics violations, which you found insufficient, but they aren't. You all know that he broke the rules. You all know that he broke the charter. And he broke more than one state law when it comes to TOMA, to the Texas Privacy Information Act, and potentially misuse of public information. And y'all, last time when I put these in, y'all decided that it was insufficient because it wasn't specific enough, which doesn't mean that he didn't do it. So the fact of the matter is that he tried to put in undue pressure on Mr. Kovacs over this whole situation. And that's what it boils down to. He violated the charter. He violated multiple state laws, pure, plain, and simple. And you need to censure him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Megacy.
There's nobody else signed up to speak.
Okay, we will close the public hearing at 9:45 p.m. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion. And I'm going to pass this out to the council. I'm actually going to make 2 motions. This is the first motion I'm going to make. Hand that down, please, Rick. If you want to hand those down, make sure Michael, Jennifer, and Vicki get a copy, please. Then I'll only give you one. Just give me here. Give me 1 second. I just gave away my copy. I've got one. Thank you. Yeah, hand one down for Rick, please. Rick, we've got one for you. All right. I make a motion to censure Councilmember Hatley for violations of Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 309-10 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics and providing for an effective date. Whereas the City of Fate's Code of Ethics establishes standards of conduct expected of all city officials. And whereas an official complaint for alleged violations of the City of Fate Code of Ethics was made by Scott Kelly against the conduct of Councilmember Mark Hatley, whereas the investigation found compelling evidence that Councilmember Hatley violated Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2, 309, subsection 10 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics, and whereas the Fate City Council requested a formal independent investigation into the conduct of Councilmember Hatley, and whereas a copy of the independent investigation has been read into the public record, and whereas the City Council has the authority and responsibility to enforce the Code of Ethics and uphold public trust in city governance. Therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Fate, Texas, that Section 1, the City Council hereby issues this formal resolution of censure against Councilmember Mark Hatley for violating Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-309, subsection 10 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics. In Section 2, this censure shall be entered into the official records of the City of Fate and communicated to all relevant parties. In Section 3, the City Council reaffirms its commitment to ethical standards and expects all members to adhere strictly to the City of Fate's Code of Ethics.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Maneval?
All right. I would like to just point out that after the comments were made by Councilman Hatley to the city manager, that there was never any action taken, attempted by him, any attempt to organize an overthrow. There was reference made to he had supported the three of us. I don't know if any of you've watched the votes here. We don't all vote the same way. We do not. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that there be quiet out in the audience. I heard it. I've heard it all night.
Gallery remain in order.
All right. There has been no collusion by the three of us that were elected last year. We haven't been corralled or coordinated by Councilman Hatley. And I would point out that this happened last November. Here we are in May, and our city manager is still here. Nothing's happened. I haven't been aware of anything afoot to happen. Nothing. So I don't see any evidence of interference, and I would not. Anyway, that's my comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Maneval. Any others? Okay, so you, just for clarification, you said you're introducing two.
Yes.
And so again, Vicki, we only have access to this part once.
Yes, so this will be an electronic vote. Any motion made after that will be a hand vote.
Okay, so we'll do electronic votes for this one, council. So the motion on the table is laying in front of you. Any other discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-2 with Mayor Greenberg and Councilman Maneval voting in the negative. All right, you have another resolution?
Scott, you got a copy?
I do, okay, thank you. Okay, I am making a motion that we censure Council Member Mark Hatley for violations of Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-309, subsection 6 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics and providing an effective date. Whereas the City of Fate's Code of Ethics establishes standards of conduct expected of all city officials, and whereas an official complaint for alleged violations of the City of Fate Code of Ethics was made by Scott Kelly against the conduct of Councilmember Mark Hatley, and whereas the Fate City Council requested a formal independent investigation into the conduct of Councilmember Mark Hatley, and whereas the investigation found compelling evidence that Councilmember Hatley violated Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-309, subsection 6 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics, and whereas a copy of the independent investigation has been read into the public record, and whereas the City Council has the authority and responsibility to enforce this Code of Ethics and uphold public trust in city governance. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Fate, Texas. Section 1, the City Council hereby issues this formal resolution of censure against Councilmember Mark Hatley for violating Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-309, subsection 6 of the City of Fate's Code of Ethics. Section 2, the censure shall be entered into the official records of the City of Fate and communicated to all relevant parties. And Section 3, the City Council reaffirms its commitment to ethical standards and expects all members to adhere strictly to the City of Fate Code of Ethics.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have one thing to say.
Okay.
I just wanted to remind everybody before voting that his testimony tonight, he admitted that he doesn't even know if he disclosed and leaked executive session material when he released his December 2nd audio, and I think that that's very relevant here.
Any other comments? Mr. Maneval?
I've had some thoughts about when it comes to releasing anything that came from that executive session, when we discussed the chief. There had been, I think all of us had been called into meetings with the city manager. There were discussions, and the meeting went on for like 2 hours. I know I said things that I had said, or they were my thoughts, and things I might have shared with one council person. And it was a long meeting. Things were discussed that had been previously discussed. And I think to be able to swear definitively that you didn't say one thing that came from that meeting, it's almost impossible. That's just my observation. That was the longest, so many issues brought up from other sessions and meetings. So that's all I had to say about the executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Maneval.
I don't think the law has a carve-out for long executive sessions, is all I'll say.
And I will just like to add that the fact that this, in his own affidavit, admission of guilt to this actual transfer of confidential information to an outside person, whether or not it was an executive session, he admitted it in his own affidavit.
I'll just say something else about executive sessions. We are not allowed to take anything out. We're not allowed to write down anything. And I'll agree, length of the session shouldn't be an excuse, but try to remember the context of everything that you heard in a 2-hour meeting, and remember, is that something I heard in that meeting? Is that something I heard in a meeting with the city manager? And then you don't, well, let me look at my notes. I don't have any notes, nothing. There's not a video recording of it. So it's possible to not remember exactly what happened and what you might have said, and then said to somebody else.
I would argue that that's not the point. The point is you didn't record the conversation. He was having a private conversation with Kovacs, who was in the meeting. So him simply discussing whatever happened in the November 17th meeting, perfectly legal. Him leaking it to a blogger, not necessarily, if he discussed executive session material on that audio, and he doesn't know by his own admission. That's careless. I'm going to be voting to censure.
Ms. Huffman.
I think there's a standard of behavior that the citizens should expect of city council members. And if you're in doubt of any information that should be released, you should err on the side of caution.
Mr. Kelly?
I also just want to clarify, a lot of talk about executive session and in the merits of whether something was released or not. This censure and this complaint has nothing to do with anything out of executive session. It has to do strictly with recordings that were released to a local opinion blogger. And I think my preference would be to stay focused on what the actual charges are as opposed to the other stuff.
The last thing I would add to this is that a vote in the negative of this does not necessarily negate that what happened isn't factual, as much as it can also negate the level of censure as an official sanction being provided. So it could, a no vote is I disagree that censure is the appropriate sanction here, and so we'll be voting no, not because Mr. Hatley did not sign an affidavit and say he did, but because I think that the sanction does not adequately fit what was done.
Will be voting no? Are you speaking for someone else?
I will, like I am going to.
I thought you said we'll be voting no. Okay, thanks.
So people do behind this dais get confused. All right, we'll have to vote by hand here. So all those in favor of the motion by Mr. Kelly, please indicate by raising your hand. Those voting no, please raise your hand. The motion passes 4-2 with Councilman Maneval and Mayor Greenberg voting in the negative. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6G, which is presentation of the certificates of sufficiency for 1, the affidavit of petitioners committee for the petition to recall Andrew Greenberg, mayor, filed on 3/9/2026, affidavit, and 2, the petition to recall Andrew Greenberg, mayor, filed on 4/6/2026, recall petition, and discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2026-034 to verify sufficiency of the affidavit and/or the recall petition.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we pass resolution number R-2026-034.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next is 6H, presentation of the certificates of sufficiency for 1, the affidavit of petitioners committee for the petition to recall Richard Maneval, Councilmember Place 4, filed on 3/9/2026, affidavit, and 2, the petition to recall Richard Maneval, Councilmember Place 4, filed on 4/6/2026, recall petition, and discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2026-035 to verify sufficiency of the affidavit and/or the recall petition.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we pass resolution number R-2026-035.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. Next agenda item, please.
6I, presentation of certificate of sufficiency for 1, the affidavit of petitioners committee for the petition to recall Mark Hatley, Councilmember Place 5, filed on 3/9/2026, affidavit, and 2, the petition to recall Mark Hatley, Councilmember Place 5, filed on 4/6/2026, recall petition, and discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution R 2026-036 to verify sufficiency of the affidavit and/or the recall petition.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we pass resolution number R-2026-036.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. All All right, next agenda item, please.
6J, which is presentation of the certificates of sufficiency for 1, the affidavit of petitioners committee for the petition to recall Martha Huffman, Councilmember Place 6, filed on 3/9/2026 affidavit, and 2, the petition to recall Martha Huffman, Councilmember Place 6, filed on 4/6/2026 recall petition, and discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding Resolution R 2026-037 to verify sufficiency of the affidavit and/or the recall petition.
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we pass resolution number R-2026-037.
Do I have a second?
A second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Ms. Vicky?
6K, discussion of city items on the November 2026 election ballot.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, I put this on the agenda just so that we can clarify with the public. Now that Ms. Chin's recall was successful and she will be exiting on May the 11th along with Councilman Kelly and myself, the city is going to be calling an election. Let me back up. If the council chooses to appoint someone, they will be calling an election, whether they appoint someone or not, in November of this coming year. That is the next available election. Our charter says we must call an election the next available election. Because there was some confusion about whether or not that would be in May or November. It will be in November. That person that gets appointed will serve till November. They will have to, at that point, run for office, which that term will be from November of 2026 until May of 2027. So 6 months, that person is going to run for office, will be in office for 6 months. Just want to clarify that, really more, get clarification from, if I'm correct with that, Jennifer, I want to make sure I read all of that correctly from information that we have online.
That's correct.
Okay. So no matter what, there will be an election on November of 2026. That election will have the recall of the 4 additional council members plus an election for an individual to replace Cody Chen's position for 6 months. And that's basically, I just want to make sure that the public understood that. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of people thinking that it was going to go till May. They didn't understand why it had to be 6 months, but that's just the way that the charter is written, and that's really all there is. It's more of a discussion, not any action to be made, more of a public clarification.
Any other comments on this? I will say, just from the confusion element, it is because that a few years prior, in fact, it was Mr. Kelly who was appointed in, I think it was June, and then served until May. That was that. I'm not arguing with you.
No,
I'm just saying that
Yeah, and it did change in our 2025 charter votes. That changed in that vote.
Right. Just to make sure everybody knows that it was a recent similar kind of situation. All right, any other discussions on item K? All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is item 7, mayor, council, and city manager reports.
All right, Ms. Chin.
I just wanted to thank all of the voters who came out. Obviously, everyone is aware that I am no longer going to be serving, but it has been, it's been tough, but it's also been an honor to serve you all. Earlier today, we had the presentation from the lady whose husband was saved by officers and firefighters, EMS. And I know that there hasn't been a ton of conversations regarding a lot of the behind-the-scenes things, but I wanted to publicly state that it's the police and the firefighters. Y'all are my why. Y'all are the reason. Y'all are the reason why I served, and y'all are the reason why I made a whole bunch of the decisions that I made. So it's been a pleasure, and I'm gonna miss all of you guys. So It's been great serving with most of you, and y'all will see me out there, I'm sure, talking on the microphone. So anyways, that's all I got.
Mr. Harper.
Okay, so before I give my goodbye speech, I don't want to overshadow the fact that we had a lot of people here this evening that received awards for life-saving of Michael Carr. I'm thinking somebody was cutting onions up here when that speech happened, because it was pretty heartbreaking. So, but I want to make sure I call these people out. Engineer Tracy Price, firefighter Tristan Judd, firefighter Kevin James, Officer Lieutenant Tyler Smith, the EMS Supervisor Dylan Lewis, paramedic Jeff Scott, paramedic Robert Burke, LifeNet dispatcher Bailey Glover, call taker Nicolette Cunningham. All of these people saved this man's life, didn't know him from Adam, but stepped up and did the right thing. I want to end with saying I enjoyed my time here on the council for the last 3 years. I've enjoyed serving the citizens of Fate. I tried to do it with the utmost honor and, whatever other crazy words you want to use. But, I took feedback. I've always been a servant to people in my community. I will continue to serve outside the council. And I do appreciate everyone who did vote for me. Do I admit all my votes were what people liked? No, but I can explain every vote I ever made, and I'm not sad for any of those votes. I am looking forward to what the city has to come. This is a great growing city, and I think the city of Fate is a great place to live. My grandchildren live here. I live here. My father lived here. And I will say the day that I swore into council was the proudest day of my father's life. So, thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
First off, huge thank you to everybody that received the life-saving recognition earlier. Interim Captain Taylor, thank you for putting that together and bringing that to us. You don't realize the things that our DPS teams do on a daily basis, especially when we have a Fate resident that died early this morning in a tragic motorcycle accident. So the things that these guys do just to make our community safer and to help our residents is amazing, and doesn't get near the recognition it should, even though we lift them up all the time. So thanks to those guys. I also want to say that I had the pleasure, I was downtown Friday night, kind of an impromptu trip, showed up about 6:45 and noticed a brand new business pulling in their open sign. Gabriel Ranch Meat Market is open in the Along Came Tamale facility, and I spent a little time in there, a little bit of money, and planning on spending a lot more money there because they have some very good product for steak eaters like me. I look forward to it, and they've got some interesting cuts too that you normally don't see anywhere. So I would encourage everyone to go see them, as well as all of our other local businesses. As far as this being my last opportunity to make city council comments, I want to say what truly an honor it has been for me to serve on this dais. I moved into this community 21 years ago, mainly because we found a floor plan on a house that we've been looking at for 10 years before that, and to bring our kids into the school district. I never saw myself getting involved in city politics, and I was encouraged by a couple of former city council people, Nikki Robinson and Carrie Lou Moakley, to get involved first with P&Z, and that led to me sitting here tonight. I've had the honor of serving with a lot of great council people. I don't always agree with everybody. That's fairly well evident after things over the last couple of months, but that's okay. We've all got the responsibility to make our own decisions and own up to it at the end of the day. And whether I've agreed with everybody or not, I respect everybody's ability to, everybody's right to make their vote for whatever reason drives that. And that, those votes should never be questioned. But it has been, for me, an absolute honor to serve with people like Lance Megacy, people like Jim DeLand, people like Alan Robbins, people like David Billings, people like John Brandt, people like Heather Beegler, people like Martha Huffman, people like Mark Hatley, people like Rick Maneval, people like Mayor Greenberg, people like Mark Harper, and people like Cody Chin. We don't always have to agree, but I do respect everybody that's set up here that I've had the honor to serve with, so thank you for that. I want to thank Vicki for all she has done to make our life easier and make sure we don't look like the fools that we try to make ourselves look like. You save us sometimes. I keep making your banana pudding. I want to thank Stephen Downs. You've been a breath of fresh air in your position. You've done you've done some fantastic things, bringing a fresh set of eyes to the town, and I've enjoyed watching you bring in some positive change. And I really want to thank Michael Kovacs. People don't realize how hard being a city manager is. I had a personal friend whose dad was a city manager and got fired 6 months into his job because of inaction of the previous two city managers. And the city manager discovered the issue and fell on the sword, fixed the problem, and the city rewarded him by firing him. So I know personally how hard the job is, especially when politics come into play. It's not a life I would want to live, but Michael, it's been an honor to get to work with you and to help try to do what we all think is the right thing for the city of Fate. And I look forward to seeing great things from the city of Fate going forward.
Mr. Harper?
Yeah, I think maybe I can get a little farther now because after the father comment was a little rough. But I just wanted to thank everybody in the city staff as well. I think that none of us up here could do this job. Well, I know none of us up here could do this job without you guys. I respect each and every one of you working in the city. You do a hard day's work every day. No matter what people on the outside say, you know, they don't see behind the scenes, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. We all put you through a rough time up here sometimes, not even up here, but even in the background, you know, ask a lot of questions, you know, be demanding about things. It's all part of us. It's what makes us council people. It's what makes us want to make this city a better place. But I just wanted to take time to actually thank the city staff. Again, I couldn't make it past the father comment a while ago, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. And I'm going to look forward to, you know, seeing you up here and talking with all of you, you know, at some point in the future. You know, for those who are gone, Raju, I know Leah's leaving soon. I appreciate those folks as well. Looks like Raju is living his life, best life out there, man. He's filming himself at McDonald's, and I know that's, you know, that's tough for Raju. But again, and I also think everyone who's came either for or against everything that's here, giving me a hard time, whatever it is, it's, you know, it's part of the job. And no matter what I do in this city, 50% of the people are going to be pissed, so it doesn't matter. So we're used to that along the way. But thank you again, and thank you for a second chance, Mayor. Thank you for doing me a second go around.
Mr. Maneval.
All right, I think I'm going to start with Scott, and you can stay there. I can mainly say this about Scott because I sit right next to him. He and I have not always agreed on everything, but he has been supportive to me, helped me. We've talked on the phone some and gone out to lunch at least once, did something else another time. And we've had some good conversations, and he's always helpful, not judgmental. And it's good to have somebody, I think it's good to have somebody like that as your next door neighbor on the dais. So thank you. I will miss you. And I just thought that the presentation for the Life-Saving Awards was phenomenal. That's the kind of thing that it's encouraging to know that we've got the DPS people here that can save your life. And that should mean something to all of us. And obviously, it was a team effort, and that was just, it's amazing when you realize sometimes the things that go on behind the scenes that your city is actually responsible for. So that meant a lot, and I think everyone still here was here for that. So, thank you.
Mr. Hatley.
First of all, I'd like to thank Michael Carr and his wife for coming here. We are grateful that Michael is still alive. We're grateful that there was a team of professionals that could save his life, and I'm grateful his wife was a nurse and she knew CPR. And I think more people do need to learn that. I taught it for 8 years. You don't have to have a card to learn how to save somebody's life. You can learn, you can keep track of guidelines, you can practice. I still practice. It's a wonderful thing, and it buys time for people to get to hospitals. So, but I'd also like to say to Alan and Ashley, congratulations on your elections. I'd like to thank Melinda and Lorna for running a great campaign. I'd like to wish a farewell, a pleasant one for Cody, Mark, and Scott. I hope everything goes well, and I hope you guys are successful in your next endeavors, whatever they may be. And I'm just looking forward. I guess I'm just looking forward to seeing what the next group of people up here are going to do. Let's see what we can do, and let's move forward.
Ms. Huffman.
Well, it's my challenge to come up with something new, but I haven't been able to do it. So very similarly, I think Mrs. McLaughlin said it perfectly, how thankful she was for the first responders who were able to help out. But I think it's also important that, like Mark said, we can be trained to do some of that too in an emergency situation. So I'm a big advocate for CPR training, AED training. AEDs, when they're hanging on a wall, they will tell you what to do, so just grab it. But amazing job for all the first responders. And thank you, Cody, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Scott, for the time that you sacrificed on the council. Appreciate it.
Okay, so yes, Martha, you think you have it rough. I have to wait till all of you go. I think it's very humbling. I think that regardless of how we all feel about some agenda items, I think it is very humbling when we all see a presentation like we did today and see what our public safety employees can do. And I think if we reflect on those moments and what those moments mean to save a life, I think it would behoove us to have more of those thoughts running through our minds more regularly and let that fill us. Those are some positive. That is a positive story, and I'm humbled and honored to get to hear it today. So thank all of you guys who make that happen. We just decide where some roads and some parks are going to go. You guys are saving lives in 12 minutes, man. I was dwelling on that throughout some of this meeting. Yes, congratulations to Alan Robbins and Miss Ashley Raines. Looking forward to serving with you guys closely because you'll be replacing these two, so I'll be right next to you. So I hope you guys are okay because sometimes I whisper a thought or two in there, so congratulations to you guys for that. Thank you to city staff for what you do for us each and every week, day in and day out. We make it hard. You guys keep it looking easy, so thank you for that. Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir. Just want to say there's a special meeting next week, both the canvassing 5:30 p.m. Monday, and then 6 p.m. we have a budget. We're kicking right off with budget, the first budget hearing. And then, of course, thank you to Mr. Kelly and Mr. Harper and Ms. Chin. It's been great to serve with you. And I know Mr. Kelly before when you were on P&Z, it seems like it's been a time. So thank you for your. And I say that in a positive way. It's been positive. It's you brought a lot to y'all have brought a lot to the job, And a lot of folks won't do this because it's hard. It's really hard. And when you get behind the dais, you realize it's even harder. And so thank you all for doing that.
Okay. Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 8, which is executive session, closed meeting. The City Council will recess into the closed meeting to discuss A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, and in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, and in accordance with Texas Government Code regarding 1, initial screening of April 16th, 2026, ethics complaint filed by Mark Harper against Mayor Greenberg.
All right, we are moving into executive session. Thank you all. Ms. Vicki, next agenda item, please.
Yes. Will any action be taken on agenda item 8A1?
Do I have a motion on waiving deliberative privilege?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion. Yes, ma'am.
So it's actually, you're waiving attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we waive attorney-client privilege, specifically as it relates to the memo on the initial findings of the ethics complaint against Mayor Greenberg. Is that the right
Do I have a
way to do it?
second?
A second.
So I just want to be real clear about what we're waiving. I hear the motion to be a waiver of the attorney-client privilege for the May 4th, 2026 memo written by Ross Fisher regarding the complaint filed against Mayor Greenberg by Councilmember Harper. Is that correct?
Is that not what I said? That's what I meant.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So with that said, since this complaint was about me, I have asked that Mayor Pro Tem Scott Kelly take over from here, and we'll just let him have the remainder of the meeting, even through adjournment. I am.
Okay, this is a memo dated May the 4th, 2026 from Ross Fisher to the mayor and city council of the city of Fayette. Subject, initial analysis of complaint filed by council member Mark Harper. Background, on April 16th, city of Fayette council member Mark Harper submitted an ethics complaint against Mayor Andrew Greenberg. Formal requirements: to invoke the investigatory process, a complaint must be described in detail, the act or acts complained of, and specific sections of this code of ethics alleged to have been violated. The general complaint lacking in detail shall not be sufficient to invoke the investigation. Procedures contained herein. An anonymous complaint shall not be considered. See section 2-312, subsection A of the Code of Ethics. Content of complaints. The complaint alleged violations of two provisions of the Code of Ethics. First, the complaint alleges a violation of section 2-309, subsection 6, which prohibits a city officer from disclosing confidential information. The Code of Ethics defines confidential information as any information to which an official has access in such person's official capacity, which may not be disclosed to the public except pursuant to a state and/or federal law, and which is not otherwise a matter of public record or public knowledge. Confidential information includes the following information, however transmitted: any information from a meeting closed to the public pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act or other law, regardless of whether disclosure violates the Texas Open Meetings Act or Texas Public Information Act. 2, any information protected by a current attorney-client privilege. Any information protected by attorney-client, attorney work product, or any other applicable privilege. And 3, any information deemed confidential by law. The second complaint alleges a violation of section 2-309, subsection 8, which prohibits a city officer from using city supplies, personnel, property, equipment, or facilities for any purpose other than the conduct of official city business, unless otherwise provided for by law, ordinance, or city policy. Initial determination. The city council will make an initial determination as to the validity of the complaint and make the decision to conduct an investigation. That is directly from the Code of Ethics, section 2-312, subsection A. Analysis. The confidentiality allegation regarding the alleged violation of section 2-309, subsection 6, the confidentiality allegation. The complaint asserts that Mayor Greenberg violated the confidentiality provision by releasing a recording that contained confidential information regarding city personnel, performance, and other non-public information. The recorded call included the mayor, Councilmember Chin, Councilmember Harper, and Councilmember Harper. Quotes from the recorded call were referenced in a post on pipkinsreport.com on January 5th, 2026. City personnel matters are generally discussed in closed session unless the affected employee opts for a public discussion. Here, the recording included discussions regarding the performance of the police chief. The recording also included deliberation about restructuring the city's public safety department. The City Council recognized that the recording contained confidential information when, on February 2nd, 2026, it waived the deliberative privilege and authorized the official release of the recording. Greenberg allegedly released the recordings before the City Council had properly voted to do so. Therefore, the confidentiality allegation appears valid and to warrant full investigation. The misuse of city resources allegation regarding the alleged violation of Section 2309, subsection 8, the misuse allegation, the complaint alleges that Mayor Greenberg violated the Code of Ethics by using his city-issued phone for non-governmental and personal objectives. However, the complaint fails to describe in detail the act or acts complained of. Therefore, the misuse allegation appears invalid and insufficient to warrant full investigation. Conclusion, it is my recommendation that the alleged violation of Section 2-309, subsection 6 be deemed valid and an investigation be conducted.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will make a motion that the City Council order an investigation into ethics allegations made against Mayor Greenberg as it relates to Section 2-309, subsection 6.
And I'll tell you what, I will second that motion. I'll beat you to it. Any discussion? I guess this is a hand raise? Yes. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Please, if you agree to this motion, please indicate by raising your hand. 7-0. Motion passes 7-0, I should have said. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more motion. I make a motion that the council find insufficient evidence presented as it relates to Section 2-309, subsection 8, and we dismiss the ethics complaint.
I second.
You couldn't let me second my own one that I'm not being hung out to dry for? Well, whatever. Okay, any discussion on this one? All right, seeing none. Well, actually, you're supposed to be leading this. I handed this whole thing off to you.
Yeah, comes naturally. Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Ms. Vicky, what's next?
Agenda item 10, adjournment.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
Please vote. Motion passes miraculously 7-0. Everybody have a great night.